What's going on, everybody? How are you? I am OneFrog9, and we're live here on YouTube, on Twitch. Yeah, come check me out. I'm playing games, talking about abolition, talking about Web3 and blockchain, all kinds of weirdness. So come on through if you're curious, if you want to have some lively debate, and play some fun games while we're doing it, you know? So right now is a amazing time to be a gamer. I gotta say, today specifically, we're getting some new content for Halo Infinite, as well as Deadrop, which I'm a part of that community, the Deadrop, aka Midnight Society community, and I've got one of the founders passes, which is called Lima 22. So look, check this out right here. Right now we're looking at some gameplay. Try to look at some gameplay. There it is. All right, this is not me, but this is live from the Discord right here. We're looking at Billy in the chair. Let's turn this up, turn this down. Billy in the chair is here live playing the game. Appreciate you, Billy, man, giving us a taste of the game. I'm working on downloading it myself, so that's going to take a little bit, probably another hour or so, but you know, me streaming probably isn't helping. But basically, the main focus for this snapshot, oh, we got a big jump there. That's pretty interesting. The main focus for this snapshot is movement mechanics. I haven't been seeing them doing any sliding, but that is in there, as well as these zip lines. As well as some other tweaks. I think they did some adjustments to the lighting here, which is all right. Apparently people were complaining it was too dark, which makes me sad because I was really enjoying the Splinter Cell type darkness. You know, some people are even hiding in the darkness, so I'm definitely going to be checking some areas to see if they come out, at least with some total darkness, because I think that's cool as hell. I like it. But yeah, so I'm going to be playing some Halo here in a bit, as well as jumping into some Deadrop, seeing if that'll even run. Currently working on getting a whole brand new motherboard, an Asus, an ASRock steel something. So that is currently in the middle of the shipping process, which makes me sad, but also excited. It's kind of fun getting something in the shipping, and something in the mail, especially if it'll make my computer run better. Oh man, this guy's getting cooked. Billy in the chair takes him down. Pretty cool so far. So yeah, this is again just a quick look at the snapshot. As you can see, there are some of the, oh man, he's getting somebody right here on the crane. That is intense. Dropping some hits. He's getting hit too with only 12 health left. And they're right next to a health station too. So, uh-oh. Okay, cool. It's possible that they're going to get their health back up, but it looked like you got him there, Billy the chair. Yeah. Wow. What a fight. What a fight. But yeah, like I said, jumping into some Halo and seeing if we can get Deadrop to run, because I was having problems getting it to run, but that's why we're getting the new motherboards. So there's that. Am I right? I think I'm right. All right, let's see if Billy in the chair, how they do on this round. And then I'll shift on over into the Halo side of things, because I do have that update installed. And we'll be able to check out some of the new maps. That'll be fun. Come on, man. Get out there and kill somebody. So it looks like they're on top of the filtration center with a number of players left. I can't quite see what that says. Maybe 5 or 6, perhaps. It's being covered by the Discord overlay. Definitely seems like there might be a little bit of a couple folks left to fight. So where are they? Let's go. Come on, get some kills. Some kills. Some kills. There you go. There you go. There you go. Ah, they died. Ah, too bad. So sad. Thank you, Billy in the chair, for your contributions. We appreciate it. Also, again, folks, don't forget, as always, to vote. Even though voting feels futile. If you're in these states here, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up over here. These states right here, let's pull it up. Where are they at? Alabama, Vermont, Louisiana, and Tennessee. All right, they need to vote yes on some abolition amendments. So I'm going to be excited to see the outcome of those. And that is pretty much what's going on, because slavery is still legal. Standing in line. What is he standing in line for? You should be playing Halo. You should be playing Halo and not standing in line. That does not sound like what needs to be happening. Speaking of which, let's fire it up. Let's do it. Oh, nice. Excellent. Well, let's see. There aren't any, y'all are in the Midwest, right? I forget which state y'all are in. I don't think there's anybody in the Midwest. Let's go ahead and disconnect from there. But yeah, I've been looking at the new snapshot. Looks all right. Looks all right. I haven't had a chance to actually look too deep. Let's go to the Halo server. See what we got. Halo server. Come on now. There it is. There it is. Halo. Halo. And now some malts. Announcement, launch trailer, content, winter update, battle pass, forge beta. We're getting a whole bunch of stuff. Winter update, matchmaking. Come on, I just want the whole shebang. Just dump the whole friggin' facts on me. Maps. Update overview, that's what I want. Alright, so this here, and if we go over here, and then I'll turn on with the magic buttons, window capture, we're gonna grab this right here. Alright? Yeah. Cool. You go to vote. Awesome. Do that voting stuff. That's, again, it's not the only thing to do. There's plenty more to do. Organizing in your community, trying to, get to know your neighbors, getting to know folks in your community, and trying to talk about issues doesn't hurt either. But, starting with voting, do it. Get out there and do that. Real quick, while we're talking about voting, and again, slavery is still legal. Let's look at Indiana. You said you're in Indiana. It looks like it's similar to my state here in North Carolina. Indiana says that there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude within the state otherwise than for the punishment of crimes, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted. North Carolina, again, here says that slavery is forever prohibited and voluntary servitude except as punishment for a crime whereof the parties have been adjudged guilty is forever prohibited. So they put these exceptions in there, and we're just going state by state, removing those exceptions if they exist, and replacing them with anti-slavery legislation. So this is going to open up the door for folks to challenge the prison system, the justice system, quote quote, as it is known. Which means in the longer term, it's gonna force us to create a system that actually works, that actually, which I believe we should have it. We should have prisons to separate people, just in case. In terms of like, if they're a harm to themselves or others, and they're doing that harm and actively doing that, they need to be separated and hopefully rehabilitated, given a chance to do better. So we should build that system. That's what abolition's all about. But yeah, dealing with slavery. So that's why I run this channel, partly, because I wanna spread that message to you. Maybe you're in the next generation. Maybe you're part of my generation. Maybe you're a generation before me, but you didn't know. Because I know that gamers, that we get this shit done, right? We play a game, we beat the game, we enjoy it, right? Let's do the same thing with slavery. Let's beat that shit, man. Let's get it the fuck out. All right? Tap into that gamer mind and this gamer compassion and kick some ass. All right? That's my soapbox. Thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Let's check it out, some Halo Infinite. The winter update overview. Where are the big broad strokes? None. Oh my god. What we got? Is this a whole long thing? It's a 12-minute video. Come on, man. Not even any chapters. I'm excited. It definitely looks like there's some new maps. Where is my options here for better, like an actual description? A description of what we can have here going on. Launch trailer, update launch. What about this? Talk to me. Talk to me. Okay, cool. This is the full enchilada. All right, it has arrived. It is here. Patch notes. Free to play. Don't forget, Halo Infinite is free to play. If you didn't know that, now you do. We got Mjolnir-clad boots. Already had that. New achievements, whatever. Forge beta is up. So now everybody that's been wanting to jump out there and build stuff, now's your time to shine. I used to be into stuff like that, but I'd kind of lose interest after a while. But I never really had a chance to mess with Forge on the 360 or any of the Halos after Halo 2. I didn't have a console. Excellent. A free kill effect in the shop. Love it. Appreciate that. So be sure to pick that up. All right. Yeah. Forge is back. Building, scripting. Woo. Look at that. Lighting and audio. All kinds of stuff. Battle pass. Blah, blah, blah. Don't really care. Match XP and progression. Some adjustments here. I guess maybe it's really going to be down to performance. Which I guess is going to push people to do more objective play if that's the game type they're in. Here, what we're talking about, though, let's take a look. It's a 2-minute video. I can handle that. Reminds me of Chiron and loading action or docking action or some boarding action. At least the textures. Because a little bit of launch site with that kind of jump hole there. This seems to feel a lot like a Catalyst. Ooh, big open spot. Where you can jump into the void. Alright, so that was Argyle, I guess, and now this is Desolation Detachment. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. A revived UNSC research facility. Yes. Here was where the Spartans and the UNSC would defend the Earth from the Covenant. I don't know if it's Earth. Nobody knows. It's classified. You're not allowed to know the location. But you're allowed to fight and die there. And you won't even know where you're at. Yeah. Whoa! There's a teleporter. That kind of feels like Lockout.
Capture the flag.
Oh yeah, I heard about this. So it's a new game mode where one team has camo, and they're going to take the flag, and then the other team doesn't have camo, so they gotta use like the tracker thing. Covert one flag looking good. Sandbox, yep. Updates, stuff, words. Look at these beautiful words all together, all in the place. There's the free stuff, and a big old thank you. Oh, it's a big smooch on my forehead that they gave me. They're so kind. So kind. Be an abolitionist, everybody. All right, let's see what we got. No, not this. Turn that off. No one needs to know about my music sources. Hush. What we do need to look at, though, is this new update. Game capture. All right. You know, as is tradition, I need to like update my warming up procedure. I need to warm up is what I mean to say. You know, guys and gals and non-binary pals, I tend to say a lot of things just for the sake of filling space in my brain and in the word world. Because the word world always wants you to say the thing. And say the thing well. I'm multitasking. Okay, I want to go here. So we're just going to do a quick little warm-up. Let's jump on this right here. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, folks. By the way, don't forget, you can check out that little link where I was doing my stuff on that other screen. Uh-oh. No. That's too loud. And that was the card, the onefrog9.card.co. That's where you can find all my art, all my other socials. If you're interested in what I'm doing and where I'm doing it, that's pretty much a good place to start. You can see the type of art that I do. I do like to make art. It's a matter of just trying to get my brain into doing that. So yeah, appreciate y'all coming through. Pillowy end, good times. She's part of the Hardly Grown crew over there. Her and Howard are mega gamers playing a whole bunch of Halo. They're trying to go pro, and I don't blame them. I want to go pro as well. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see how it looks.
Go. Act fast, Spartan.
Whoops. I missed my reload. Cool. Catching that reload right there. That's what I'm talking about. Ah, I missed it. Everything's looking solid right there. Let me take a look. How's the... Oh no, I see the download right there. Oh my god, I have so many windows and so many screens telling me all kinds of information. And it's a wonder that I could even function with all this information just being poured into my consciousness. Cool. This looks to be pretty solid. I'm missing mostly, but let's see if we can jump into some of these newer maps. I'm kind of excited to jump into them because I love a new map. This is Halo Infinite. We're going to get new maps for the rest of our... Oh, excuse me. Our rest of our lives. Attackers and defenders. Oh, is this for the new maps? What do you have on here? Argyle? Because I want Argyle. I want Argyle. Detachment. Let's try a quick play. Because I don't want to play those new modes yet, honestly. They sound kind of scary without team. Even though I would totally dominate and destroy. Oh my god. Well, you wouldn't believe. if you're watching after the fact, you know, again, I am streaming this live on Twitch and YouTube, but if you're watching this recorded on YouTube, maybe now or 10, 20 years down the road, say hi. This is the secret portion of the show where you reveal to me that you've made it this far into the video. What is this? 22 minutes. This is the 20-minute mark. Throw some 20 minutes in the chat and your favorite color, please, because I appreciate you hanging out. That's the only reason. I'm just I'm farming engagement. I was told that this is the only way to grow. That I have to extract engagement out of you via witty and clever uses of words. By the witty and clever use of words. That's better. That's a better way of saying it. You know what I mean? And also tell me, what do you think of my colors here? I'm in a state of colors right now with my camera. And I'm having fun with it, you know, just trying not to be too serious with all of it. All right, here comes the real test, which we should be fine. I haven't really had much of a problem with Halo Infinite on my stream. Usually. Sometimes. Come on. It says time has taught me patience. Here we go. There we go. All right, there we go. Let's go. Is this the new one? This is the new one. Solitude 522 Dupes Watch Seek Commands. I don't think that's the name of this map. I don't think that that's the right name for this here map, my friends. My friends, I do not believe that this is right. Come on, let's go. I'm ready to go. Where we at? Microphone check. Oh my God. The team can hear me. Ah! Where are you? Why don't you talk to me? I think one of us left. Late Night Halo. And me. One Frog 9. And someone with a blank name. A blank ass name. What the hell's wrong with you people? And your blank ass names. Now this place looks pretty wild. I don't know. Oh! Almost got him. Oh! So close. How do I get over there? Right here? Yes. Yes. What's this? It's a shield. 'Tis a shield. Now this map seems really open. I feel like this might be a response to them not liking what a bunch of crap. I done fucked it up. Yeah, this place seems way more open. Ah! He's weak. Coming in our side. Right side, to the right. He's weak. Cool. Stream's looking good. Excellent. I can turn my phone off. Whoa! That guy's dead. No, he didn't die. What a shame. This one's behind me. This guy's got my flag. I don't appreciate that. No, sir, I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, I missed him. Oh, he ninja'd me, man. That's not cool. Come on now. Shut that flag down. Get in there. Don't let him. Don't let him do it. Yes. Yes. All right. Things are coming up kitty right now. That's right. I don't know what that means, but it must be a good thing.
Shields boosted. Flag's yours. Go, go,
I'm
go.
flying over here. Let's go this way.
There are eyes on you,
Let's
Spartan.
go this way. Oh dear, they're taking out my shield. Whoa. Ah, they got me.
They're under us.
Yes.
Power weapons up for grabs.
He got sniped.
Run like the wind.
Flag captured.
You're exposed, Spartan.
Ah!
Power items on the way. Power items available.
Flag returned.
I'm liking the map so far. First time playing it. That guy almost cooked me.
An ally took their flag.
That guy or gal. Holy cow. Gotcha.
Flag captured.
I was trying to map the design of the level in my head. And a lot of nice curves here. A lot of little paths and patterns. Different directions to go. Oh, they got me there. Oh! I thought there was, oh yeah, what's this here? What does this take me? I want to know. What does this take me? I want to know. Whoa. What a death.
Our team took the enemy flag. Taken our flag. Enemy flag carrier spotted.
Ah, I was going to fill him up with electronic bullets.
Flag returned.
Go point. Let's go. Cicero.
Captured.
Cicero. Woo! We did it. We got some kills. Got him down there. Now that is some Halo right there. All right, now I want to try the next level. Winter update. Whoa, I got some match rewards. Well, let's go to the store. Speaking of which, the shop. Birthday bash for me. Yes, please. Thank you. I gotta charge my phone, y'all. I must. I must. You know what I say? I say we equip it. And we don't quit it. Now we can just annoy everybody. Let's quick play again, see what we can get into right here. I'm almost done with this download on Deadrop, though. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. What's going on, speaking of which? Oh yeah, they're definitely, so they're still running the whatchamacallit, the live stream, it seems. No, they're still running questions. Midnight Society. Why? Three hours. No, we did that. Halo Infinite. No. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, that's weird. That is not at all what this says.
All right there with you, right? Like, Proving Ground is our place to test stuff out, to prove out mechanics, and I think once we are happy as a community that we like how everything feels, and then it's time to take
King
it
of
into
the
the tower. But the tower, like, and I think how we feel, me and Quinn, I think how we feel is that once you get to the tower, it's the real. Like,
Sorry, Quinn. I don't mean to be blocking your face there, my guy. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I did not get the new map. God damn it.
Hill incoming.
Seize the hill.
We can still play some King of the Hill,
Kill
though.
anyone that tries to take it from us.
Tango's closing in.
Hill ready. Hill control.
Active camo
Whoa.
inbound.
Bad. It's just bad.
Available.
I just ran in there. Did a lot of bad stuff.
Enemy team took the hill. Hill control. Your team about to score. Your team score. Hill incoming.
Keep it up.
Hill ready.
Very good, very good.
Hill control. Enemy team took the hill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Active camo available.
Hill control.
Oh, I thought he was below. But he got me. I thought they were down below, but they were right on the same level as I. And it wasn't very nice.
Your team about to score.
Yeah, I saw those grenades coming. That's not good.
Took the hill. Enemy about to score.
Touch it. Get in there, touch it. Contest, you
Enemy team
people.
score.
You
Hill incoming.
purple people eaters.
Hill ready. Hill control.
Target spotted.
Oh, behind me. Oh my god. How will I live?
Your team about to score. Your team scored. Hill incoming.
Active camo inbound.
Hill ready.
Active camo available.
Enemy team took the hill.
Tango's closing in.
Shields are down. Taking cover.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Hill controlled.
Power items on the way. Power items up for grabs.
Lost a teammate.
Another one down. Tango's closing in.
Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team nearing victory. Defeat.
You know what, everyone? I got a phone call. A lovely phone call from my family. Sorry, that's what that was. I had to step away for a second mentally from the stream, but that doesn't mean it's over. It means we're just back in the flow state. This is a flow state, y'all. Let's see what these fools are talking about right here.
Persistent online cloud saving. Everybody's getting wiped once we move over to the online cloud saving persistent inventory. But right now it's all stored locally, so it is possible for that local file to get lost. And we will probably do a wipe before the online. So I would just say don't get too emotionally attached to your stash right now. Enjoy the process of looting as we test out these systems. But there will become a point where
I'm still waiting for mine to
We are
download.
not there yet.
I feel like you read my mind somehow with like which question we were gonna pull up next. Since you just talked about the cloud-based system. So yeah, so I know you just said this, but just to reiterate for Helmet Fire here. And then the second part of their question about, cloud saves was, if not, will we get to collect comics in later snapshots?
Yes. So we introduced the remainder
Definitely get some comics.
of the issues of the Dread Drops, the Penny Dreadfuls, and so now there's 15 total, 3 series of 5 each, all with their different rarities. Those are going to persist through, so you can collect them now. Even after a wipe, they're still going to be in there, so you might have to restart your collection after a wipe, unless we find a clever way to save them. But expect that they're going to be around for a while. I can't wait to learn more about those. I feel like there's history there. Quinn's like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna dive into it? I'm not gonna dive into it. I'm very excited about those issues.
Me too. All right. Will there ever be an automatic loot sorting button?
Kevin,
You want to hit up Kevin right now?
Kevin, send that to Kevin.
Yeah, that's a good
Quinn's
one.
got a direct line to Kevin, right?
I do. I
Isn't
always.
he just like living in your house or something?
Yep. I talk to him on the reg. But yeah, this is another one of those features that we just love to hear more about and let us know. And it's just something that we got to put on the list and have discussions about, to be honestly. And something with that's key about this question is I have something that I like to say, and that is I never say never. So a question like this is like, hey, will there ever be that? Is like, you know what? I'm not going to say no, not going to say yes. But what we will say is that these kind of features are important for us to hear about so that we could discuss them and find ways, times and places to get them slotted into the development schedule. But anything like this is like, yeah, we will never say never to something like this.
Yeah, I also feel like I wonder if this feature is going to become unnecessary once inventories are limited. Right? Like right now, your backpack could be infinite. But very soon, once the backpack system is on, you're only going to have a finite amount of things to worry about. But that might be something that, becomes a necessary feature for your stash. So in your player hideout, once all the stuff you've ever collected and not taken to a match, maybe that could have some smart filters to it. It's a good idea. It's a great suggestion. Honestly, I'm sure Kevin's thought about it. He thinks about everything. But I don't think it's on our radar yet.
Ooh.
Very cool.
All right, now that we have
They're just going to be chugging through these questions. I really appreciate this whole process, guys and gals. I am a freaking Pizza Hut gamer, okay? The Pizza Hut demo disc age. That is where I come from. That is my bread and butter, right? Meaning that for me, from an early age, it was just like, it was a given that I was going to be given a demo, right, to a game. And I'm not saying that anybody's revolutionizing demos. I'm just saying that this is like, to me, video games have an opportunity to like show people what they're doing and what they're building and build that relationship, right? And that is exactly what's happening here at Midnight Society on their first project, Deadrop. By having access to the Founders Pass, and by holding it, you get access to the build. Which again, I'm working on downloading this new snapshot. For some reason, my internet is very sad, and it has taken a while. But I've probably got about another 30 minutes left, so definitely plenty more gaming coming down the pike. I did play a little bit of Halo. Let's see if I can make it onto the other map, and then I might try something else. I also do want to jump in and play some some Deadrop, because soon this interview is going to be over, their live stream, and they are going to be moving over to Discord, and they're actually going to have some of the developers there sharing with us any the answers to any questions we might have. And I'd love to go in there and have that chance. I did have some audio captured from the last snapshot release. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, I've got around to edit some of it, but for the most part, I haven't been able to share it with anybody. So now it just feels like it's all obsolete. So I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll be something to look on a year later. So I still have it, and maybe I can pull it out. So, but today I'm going to take a different approach and just keep streaming and jump into the space, and when they're ready to talk. So, stay tuned for that. Or if you already if you're already in the future and you're watching this after the fact that it's been live streamed, you can skip ahead a little bit. You can skip some of the Halo stuff if you want. I don't know why you would. I love Halo, and would happily watch some fantastic, top tier, amazing Halo gameplay. That's what I'm doing here. That's what's happening. Me, OneFrog9. Don't forget, check it out. This site right here, onefrog9.card.co, will take you. That's your portal. That is your direct line to what I got going on and where I got going on. Right now, it's mostly Twitter and the streaming thing. I do have a TikTok. It's, not really there. But if you're looking for some cool art and just some good vibes, I'm going to plug a good friend of mine, Pirate Queen Indigo Cat. That's it. She's got the art hookup. Jump on the TikTok with her as well. She's also a little on Twitter, but, not so much. What we got here? Who's there? Microphone check. 1, 2. What is this? Some folks, man. I wanted to get to the new level, but they won't. They won't give it to me. KB Slapshot. Oh my God. I messed up a whole bunch of those. I was flagged.
Overcharging shields.
I didn't even grab them right there. Would have been a lot more useful.
They've taken our flag. Enemy flag carrier spotted. Get it home, Spartan! You're exposed, Spartan! Enemy flag carrier revealed. They know where we are.
Oh, I was gonna grapple the flag back over. Touch it, get in there and touch it, you wackadoos. Grab that shit. Go! Faster! Run! Throw it! Juggle it! or not. I don't care. Just get there, get the point. Oh, they have our flag. We gotta get the flag. 'Cause they. Oh, here's the Banshee. Here's the Banshee, man. Gotta annoy that Banshee. You missed. You missed. They missed. You're a missing Banshee pilot.
Overshield inbound. Overshield available. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
Enemy flag.
Oh, they returned our flag. Oh, man, I'm sorry, defense. I didn't quite fence. I messed up. Ah, not good. Not good.
They have our flag. Not good.
Enemy flag returned.
Power weapons incoming.
Traded. We went and got a trade there.
Enemy captured your flag.
Dang, we're just getting rolled up.
Enemy there.
They've taken our flag. We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier. They know where we are. Our eyes on you, Spartan.
Enemy flag returned. Flag returned.
Overshield inbound. Grapple shot acquired. Overshield available.
Grapple check.
They have our flag. Not good. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Ah, they got me with that grenade. This is fine. Ah, this is not fine. Okay, we got the flag returned at least.
Enemy flag returned.
This is not a happy place. Damn. Damn. Oh, I was not locked in, as they say.
In my sight.
Power items incoming.
Target spotted.
Our team took the enemy flag. Power items on the field.
Enemy Spartans are closing in.
Go, go, go!
Get moving. They're coming
Yes. All right.
In my sights.
They are on the point. They got that fucking Banshee again, man? Damn.
Overshield inbound.
They sure do fly low, though. We could probably hijack it pretty easily.
The enemy carrier has revealed themselves. Overshield available. Let's get the heck out of here. You're exposed, Spartan.
Yeah, well. Touch it! Touch it! Ah.
Dynamo grenades acquired. The enemy carrier has revealed themselves.
Enemy captured your flag. Defeat.
Let's see what we got over here.
Heck, if I win, how much I gotta pay for this hoodie? If I win, how much?
You're not allowed to
she's
enter. If you
speechless.
read the if you read the rules, Rob.
All right,
Midnight Society
if Hobby,
employees
if
are
Hobby
not allowed to
Holing
enter.
wins, how much he gotta pay?
You are still Bob. You can change your name all you want, and I'm still gonna know it's you.
All right.
Good old Bobbert.
Yeah, and this is just to be clear, this is a founders only contest.
I'm
So-
a founder.
Yeah, but
I think I'm a founder too.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying I'm a founder.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, you are okay. Well,
I
if you
smell
read
loopholes.
the rules, you have to read the rules. Go read the rules.
Yeah, I'll read them. There better be a very specific no rubber bowling clause in there.
Rob
There is
wrote
actually.
the
It says
rules.
specifically. It says specifically if your name is Robert.
Man, you know,
Whoa.
we had that
What's
question
that?
earlier about when are we getting to the tower. We're starting to get to the heart of it right now. Just like we're building this game piece by piece, that tower is coming online sector by sector. We got a little bit of a tease in the end of the variant guide. So if you're a founder, if you're a variant, download that SS3 variant guide. Go back to the every single issue. We're dropping teases about what's coming next. Get in there. There's going to be a little, codex. Decipher that. Start figuring out where we're going next. It'll be on socials too, so be sure to check it out. Woo!
Spicy.
That was sick.
This was
I was like,
great, guys. We made it.
yeah. We
SS3
did
on our way to SS4.
Ow, ow. Okay. That was like a hype howl.
It
I think
was.
I'm trying to make a thing. Ow.
That was good.
No?
That was
Yeah.
no. That was just exquisite.
So there's a contest?
So great. Thanks everyone for joining us. This is the time where we are going to head over to Discord and you can join anyone's room.
So we
pretty
have to
much.
do some,
Make sure the person's in the room. There's like a 10-person limit. But yeah, come by. Say hi,
we're starting that now?
ask your very in-depth and awesome questions. Yeah, we had a great time last time. So see see you
Yeah,
there.
that was super
And,
fun.
Yeah, see you online.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Cool, folks. So yeah, this is kind of the point of the day. Again, Deadrop has just released their Snapshot 3 today. I'm this close to playing it myself. I just have a few more minutes until the download. In the past, I've had some problems streaming it, so hopefully I don't today. Let's command and demand that that is the case. I'm really about, 10 minutes that way? 20 minutes? Okay. Well, in the meantime, we'll be able to join the Discord and talk to some of the developers. So that's actually what we're going to do right now. Let's take a look. Brad is up there. Becca is up there. Let's see. Kevin, Nikolai, Henry, Darren. Super cool. Let's talk to Becca, who we just saw here. She was in the middle. She's basically runs the Varied Intelligence, which is like social media, perhaps community management. So yeah, let's hang out with her for a little bit and then we'll move around.
I know I met at least 2 of you. So-
Yeah.
But
I
not the
missed
most
that 'cause I
important,
was-
which is me.
I forget what I was doing over there.
Wait,
Oh,
so-
damn.
What up? How's it going?
What's up? Daft Digit. Oh, wait, did you make a comment on something where you were like, is that my voice?
Yes.
I'll be right back.
I have like a really weird memory. I was like, wait, I know that someone like
Because that was my voice, but I was about to go to bed, and I was like, "Oh, check this out," and I was like, "Hold on, was that me?"
Daft
Wait,
asked me the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh my gosh.
I think
Yeah,
what
he
I
was
said, I was
yelling.
like, "Are you dying?" I think that's what I said.
Daft is notorious for being at least 30 decibels louder than
Yeah, I'm just pure
Proudly.
content, baby.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny because I thought that was Rob.
No, that was me talking to Rob because he was saying some weird things, and I was like, "Are you dying?"
Oh yeah, because he was like, Beck, are you getting murdered right now or something?
Yeah, or something. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I was
Oh, wow.
drinking. I have some champagne. Cheers.
Nothing wrong
The
with
bottle's
that.
almost empty. I'm fancy. I'm fancy. I'm a fancy
You
lady.
bought a bottle of champagne for today.
Oh yeah, I did.
I can appreciate that.
100%.
My man. That's
I'm
dedication.
I was gonna say you're celebrating more than me. I'm literally drinking water and coffee. Cool,
Where
cool.
is
So-
Nikolai?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, he's doing the streams. He's probably wrapping everything up. I'll be in there in a bit.
Yeah.
Man, what
Yeah,
a
so-
legend. Go ahead.
Yeah. Nick's awesome.
Yeah, but that was surreal hearing my voice
That's so funny.
when you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
Did you
for
see what
sure.
Quinn was doing when Rob was like going off on that last the tandem that he was saying? Quinn was making these hilarious faces. I absolutely clipped it to make a gif.
That's so funny.
He was,
Yeah,
like,
no, I
drawing
like
his
glanced
hands
at
out.
it, but yeah.
And ironically, I'm 90% sure Quinn is wearing the same shirt that he wore when he did the other Q&A when I made the thumbnail, which makes it awesome because it's two-tone, so it's easy to cut. And I remember like making that a thing of note. I'm like, oh man, I like this shirt. It's easy to like crop him out. And sure enough, he's on it again.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I'm wearing the same shirt that I wore at the LA event. I wasn't on camera, but yeah.
Yes. Man,
It's just a good red color.
I can't believe that we're just shy a month away of being a year since being in
Sorry.
this Discord. That's insane to me.
Sure.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
yeah,
this
it's
has been
pretty
pretty cool.
nuts.
By the way, I'm
That's
I'm
good.
streaming y'all. Is that all right? I hope that's all right.
I'm streaming as well.
Cool.
Sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, how did the last snapshot leg, how
We're
is that
counting.
treating you, Becca?
Good. Yeah, we're just chugging along, and the feedback forms are, I think too what we're noticing is some people might not necessarily know that each snapshot they should do a new feedback form, so we're trying to like train people to do it each time.
Okay.
And then there's a lot of feedback that we get in Discord itself or on Twitter. Um, Instagram too. Like it's just yeah, so compiling all of that and getting it to the game team is, always like a big task for us, but something that we, it's important, right? So we're not going to not do it. But yeah, so I think like that's really getting people to fill out the actual feedback form on the website is like just number one for us. Like making sure that there are, the bulk of it is in one place.
And
But yeah,
so,
it's been going well.
cool. So once you're able to get through the responses and stuff, you're still looking at the Discord and as well as social media for anything
Yeah.
else to continue to inform the process.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people tweet at Rob directly. So he's just like always on Twitter. Like it's crazy. He's just so active, which is awesome. Especially for a studio head and, I think too, because he comes from that world, like, working
Yeah.
on pods, like his IW days, yeah. So it's like, yeah, it's
He
it's
used to
awesome
be
having him
Mr.
so
Call of
involved.
Duty.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. So
people associate him with that. Like, okay, well, if he thinks it's a good idea, or if he's doing this or that, then Call of Duty thinks it's good or bad. Like the good days of Call of Duty thinks it's okay, which is awesome. I also tweeted out the last page of the variant guide with the sniper rifle on it. That's good. Like people are like super jazzed about that.
Well, we weren't asking for that since the beginning.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, we've
Yeah,
revealed to
we're
them,
not-
so
we're
now
not-
they can
till
hold
the
back,
end. That's-
hold hostage what we want.
True. Well, I mean, that
We've
was
play-
that was like the
we've-
number
we've
one
showed
thing from
them our
the
hand.
survey was sniper rifle.
I mean, it's like there's so much with this snapshot. So many like cool things with the movement, the zip line, the loot changes.
Yeah,
And
I
to
just wish
have
you
that
didn't have
also-
to remove your gun to use the zip line. I feel like
That's a little more realistic.
really, I mean,
that how
but
it works
for
with
you to do
climbing?
it, I feel
Getting
like,
that climbing?
I mean, if I'm going on a zip line, I wouldn't like think, okay, put gun away. I would automatically, mentally just like, run, throw my gun away and do it.
It's a little risk reward. You want to get to that platform. You got to put your gun away. Go.
And how
pull
cool
your
would it
gun
be if
back
you could
out.
shoot from it?
Because I'm sure there will be modifiers in the future that
Only with
will
pistols. though.
change like how
Maybe
quickly you can
pistols
ready
only,
your
yeah.
gun. So like that's something else to consider.
Mm.
Well, and now we're getting into this territory of how realistic is it, right? When you want to do certain things in a game, what does that require? What input is that going to require? So so I haven't had a chance to jump in yet. I'm still downloading the updates. So
Yeah, I was
should
gonna
be
ask if
another
anyone
10
had
minutes out.
downloaded. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, like, that is something you don't think about. Like, if you're going to use a zip line, you're not thinking about putting your gun away. You just do it. You're not
You're
thinking
gonna
Well,
about,
I think it
oh,
depends on what
put
you're
my
playing.
gun away.
You know,
Some point.
again, I'm coming from like Halo and Tarkov and stuff, which Halo probably isn't a
Yeah.
good example, but yeah, like again, go ahead, Rosin. What were you saying?
I was just asking if they're gonna add stamina, like if there's gonna be a limit how much you can run. If you use all your stamina, is it gonna have more sway in it, make it harder to shoot till you recover? Is that something they might do?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
It's up to us.
I think they would probably with sprint,
demand it.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
they
Right now
wouldn't
it seems
sprint
so
forever.
limited. Yeah.
Are you currently playing the snapshot, Becca?
It's also still downloading for me. I was gonna do it during the stream, but yeah. I didn't have time.
Yeah.
Pretty good progress though, I'd say. Like
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
pretty happy. You guys have been
Good.
doing a real good job with level design and knocking that stuff out. I've only extracted once though, so that was a little bit dodgy trying to figure out, okay, where's the extraction? I didn't know
Yeah.
I was there till I was there. It was just, but
Okay,
Oh
so I
man.
just literally asked Quinn right now about stamina. He said it's a must, just not implemented yet. So that's his stance on it.
There
I
you
like
go.
that realism.
I think it was
Yeah, for
cool,
sure.
like just the way it ended up being. But while the showcase was going on, like one of the matches ended up being Doc versus Stone Mountain, and it was as epic as you could make it. You know, like showing off the different features of Stone sliding around and ziplining, and Doc
Can't
going over
wait.
the new loot. It was perfect, man. Like that type of high intensity. Oh man, I could extract. There's one player left. Like if you're already getting that feeling this early in the game, like I'm just excited about what other stuff is going to happen. Can only go up from there.
Yeah, totally.
What up, cowboy?
What
Space cowboy.
So I lost my stash because I deleted my old game files and extracted the new ones.
From the snapshot before?
Yeah, just I deleted my snapshot 2.5
Oh,
files.
the stash doesn't carry over. They said that not until they integrate the cloud storage for the different snapshots, and they'll announce it officially that the stash will carry over for each snapshot. So
it's possible
it
there
should be
might be
wiped.
another wipe or two, possibly, depending on how long it takes for the cloud thing.
Well, yeah, the stash is stored locally, so
Right.
maybe if you extract the files to the same directory and replace them, that whatever files storing the stash will stay there and you can continue with that stash and not get wiped. But if you delete everything, you wipe your stash.
Mm. Do you think that
Yeah.
that's something that we should like tell people or make clear?
I'm just bringing it up because like I don't know if there's they said on the Quinn said that it was not a wipe,
Right.
but then when I logged in I had nothing, so I was like, okay. And then
Yeah.
I think one of them said that it was locally stored.
The general stance on it was always that like don't get attached to anything in your stash until cloud storage has been announced yet.
Yeah, but I see how that's confusing because I was like, wait, so if we weren't wiped, why wouldn't you have your? I don't know. But yeah,
Right.
You don't have to.
Oh, I thought this was a wipe.
They said it wasn't.
Okay.
They said they were going to do an official wipe in snapshot 4, I think it's what Rob said. But yeah, if there's a certain way to install it where you don't get wiped, that might be a good thing to post on the download page or something.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we'll figure it out. I'm asking.
These attachments are pretty sweet too.
Yeah, the attachments are cool.
Yeah.
The lighting effect on the reticle is a little funky, but it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I like it. It's got a little like futuristic feel to it. I think like one of the first things I noticed when playing a snapshot was like where the gun was at, where it was centered. It definitely felt more like put together, more natural.
Preparing yourself for this hurricane. I assume it's supposed to hit down there by you.
Yeah. Already ready. Like the weather's already gotten kind of crummy.
I'm hoping it misses Jacksonville. I'll bounce around.
Huh.
It was nice meeting you guys.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see you in Twitter Spaces probably.
You know, this is kind of cool too. Let's see if I can share this. So when I add the attachment on here, there's this wild lighting effect in the background, like around the crosshair.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know if you see that. And if I take this thing off an ADS, you don't see it. But if
Oh,
I
it's
equip
like
it,
the reticle is like getting picked up by the rain reflections.
yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
That's awesome looking.
Really cool looking, but yeah, I don't know. I was like, is that
Like-
as intended? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think it is because it looks like the reticle itself is reflecting.
yeah.
You see that?
Yeah.
Kind of a neat way to look at different lighting effects.
Almost like the effect if you had a laser beam on it, it would
Right?
light up the target like that.
Oh my god, how far am I?
Yeah, like a night vision filter or UV filter or something.
Yeah. I was like, what's going on? That was the other thing I was saying in the other channel too about running and sliding. Like if you run and slide up to a loot box, as soon as you get within range of the loot box, you can start looting it. And it just feels really fluid if you're trying to like protect yourself from getting.
Oh, you could hit the
shot.
button and then like start looting as you're sliding up.
Yeah, as you're sliding.
Oh, okay.
So like if
Same
there's
with
a
picking
box,
up a
like, right
weapon
here,
as well.
Yeah, you can slide, pick it up, and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. That's awesome. I'm gonna
Oh,
try
it's phenomenal for making sure you have the least amount of time duck looting as possible. So I have legs.
Yeah, almost got a couple more minutes jumping there. So yeah, I was curious, Becca,
Oh my
if
god, I almost died.
your job like, are you responsible for the social media as well, or is that someone else?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
Is that all you
'Cause-
want to know? Do you have any
Well, you know,
recommendations, any
in
feedback?
terms of like, I'm just obviously don't have a chance to talk to somebody that's running the social media for a company, so I'm trying to figure out what's the question. Like, because again, I'm someone trying
Not
to
a question,
develop
I was
my
just
own social media, right, and trying to figure out if I'm looking at the right things from the right angle, or you know, when I'm doing a stream and stuff like that, like I always try to go in with a purpose or some focus. But on the other parts of my social media, I just like, I don't know, I don't feel like I can get it together. So I don't know. I'm just like curious about your approach to representing Midnight Society and how that informs like what you're putting out there.
That's actually a cool question. So with Midnight Society, because we don't really have a full game yet, right? So we have to approach socials a little bit differently, and actually I feel like we have more freedom to like do different types of posts and not feel restricted in what we can show, like as restricted, right? Sometimes there's things where we're like, oh, this is coming so far in the future that we don't want to like start telling people about it too early. But yeah, in terms of like what to put out, that's kind of the beauty of how we're developing Deadrop, right? Like there's, no, like you guys don't have NDAs like to, with regards to like the content and showing it yourselves on your streams, which, makes it not just easier for everyone, but I think just more relaxed. Like you can kind of like breathe easy knowing that whatever you have access to is also yours to put on socials. So it's kind of a cool approach. Like, because yeah, I came from Sledgehammer, so working on like COD, and that's just such a big production too, on the publisher side. So there's just so many different factors and dates and timings and things like that. Just more restrictions usually with like all the dev side versus the publisher side.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's definitely been like a unique challenge and also just really fun and awesome to be able to do socials this way. And then also something else that we have a lot of freedom with is trying out like different features without and like Twitter Spaces, right? That is a great example. So there isn't, you know, a big formal process or kind of overarching publisher or anyone that we need to run things by in that sense before we try something. And I think that's, you know, the beauty of being, you know, right now we're a little bit smaller studio, right? We're not, we're still hiring, we're still expanding, we're still, you know, figuring a lot of things out. But that part I think is really liberating in a way because it's like, oh, there's this, you know, thing that's popular, this thing on socials that people are trying out, like, or we just, you know, started a TikTok not too long ago and things like that where you're not being held back in any way.
Right.
So yeah, so from a community standpoint, it makes it really awesome because we have so many different forums and avenues for engaging with you guys and sharing info. And I don't have to like ask anyone necessarily before doing that. So
Yeah,
that's
you can kind of grow
fun.
with you grow with the studio and grow with the brand.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's a more organic process. It's almost like, even though it's being approached as like AAA, it's almost like the indie studio feel where it's very organic because like you get to see what resonates with the community and then build off of that with the
Yeah,
community.
exactly. Yeah, and that's been the goal the whole time is just to make it's like not that everything's collaborative, right? And we're
Right.
not saying, oh, you like you can't show this thing that we're showing you. You know, that's and there's definitely reasons for that. Like, sure, you know, I know with bigger companies and you know, there's more at stake maybe, or you know, whatever their limitations are. It's one of those things where like we don't really fault um, bigger publishers for doing things the way that they do. We just thought that this way would be better for everyone and more fun and more like productive and yeah.
Yeah, I
So I hope
mean,
that
you know,
answers it.
no, it's just, I mean, you know, each brand or company has its own objectives or
Why is
direction.
everybody here? Why is there 5 people in the same? Sorry, sorry. What a
But as we're
spawn!
talking, something that was coming up, again, kind of, I'm, you know, I love video games. I've been playing them most of my life, and you know, so it's cool coming to this from that side of it. But there's also this Web3 side of it, and maybe we might have touched on this last snapshot. I probably didn't ask too many folks around this question, but we certainly talk about it every now and then. But I'm just wondering, like, but one, like, how do you feel? Kind of how do you feel being a part of this project that is dipping its toes into this Web3 thing? And as far as like where you are on the team, do you feel like the team is on equal? Or like, where is everybody's knowledge base in relation to some of
Mm.
that? Is there some people who are a little more into it than the others, or do you think everybody's just kind of the same, just still trying to figure it out? Or I'm just because again,
You mean
I'm
with
not
regard to
pushing that it
Web3, right?
has to be something that happens within the next couple cycles or year or whatever, because you know the game has to be fun. But I'm just curious, like who's driving that side of it, because there's an ethos to that space. There's a direction that that it is, you know, born out of. So that deals with, you know, people having ownership of things. And I mean, I think it's cool. We're already,
Mhm.
even the language around the Founders Pass, right? Like, okay, we don't own the actual art, which is fine, whatever. I mean, you know, can't really, not really anything there, but we own the pass, you know? So I think I'm just curious about like those steps and where people's thoughts are on that and yours in particular.
Yeah, for sure. So I have a little bit of a background in blockchain. I worked in that world for, about a year or so. And I think like the best way to answer that is there's a lot of skepticism and apprehension towards NFTs and blockchain and things like that, and crypto too, if you want to include that
Oh,
in the gaming community.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
sure.
oh, okay. I just heard hello. Yeah, so I think with all of that skepticism, it's understandable. And the way that we
Absolutely.
see it too is like Web3 kind of seems to be the future, right? In some way, whether or not we like it, there's definitely opportunities there and ways that people can kind of like dip their toes in it, like you said, without feeling like it's a mandatory thing or like something that is being forced on them. I don't think that's the right way to do it, and that's definitely not what
Right.
we're trying to do. Because yeah, this came up in our last Discord set discussion too. And that one did have a few founders who were like very well versed in NFTs and blockchain and crypto and all of that. And so for them, they were like, well, we would love to like help educate other founders or have some sort of, even if we had like an in-game tutorial or something whenever we do, if we do, right, implement more Web3 elements into like our model or like our game. But I know Rob has said this multiple times, and I know that that's like where his stance on it is. There are so many things we can try, and if we try something and the community is overwhelmingly like, we hate this or this isn't fun or whatever, then we're not going to do it. And I think that's probably the biggest takeaway, that because this whole process is collaborative in every way, that's, we're not going to just say, well, this is what we're doing no matter what, deal with it or something. And I think internally, everyone does have a range of knowledge about NFTs and about blockchain. But I would say most people, like, I haven't heard anyone express, like, oh, we don't see a way that this can work or be healthy or fun for the community. I think it's like blockchain is like the tool, and how we use that tool, that's where the ethos part comes in too, right? So I think it's a really important distinction to make, because there's a lot of shady use cases out there, and
Absolutely.
I think everyone's very well aware of that, and very much does not want to be that. Like, we are developing a first-person shooter, like, awesome game first and foremost, and then this other more like progressive element of tech or gaming, right? That's kind of like an add-on, that like it's an avenue we're exploring within that. But I think where a lot of Web3 projects fall short is like the games are not that fun, or they're really like the barrier to entry to like participate or like even feel good about playing the game is like so high that people are like, well, screw this, like I don't want to have to invest all of this money or like time or whatever to try to be in this community. So yeah, so I think everyone generally knows that landscape and is somewhat familiar with it. Yeah, so that's, I guess,
it's
too long to like short answer is like there are varying levels of knowledge, and I think we all are open-minded enough to exploring like the possibilities without forcing it on our community.
I think the layer of transparency is really good for that too. Like, it's abnormally transparent compared to other development projects, and it's a good thing. I think that.
I love that we're abnormally transparent.
I mean, it's
from the beginning. Yeah, I mean that you Vanessa has been very clear about, okay, even if you don't want anything to do with this stuff, you don't have to, and the
It's
way
not
that they've
mandatory.
done
Yeah, exactly.
having the wallets that are already built into the
Oh my
site
God.
and still having this functionality as well. So yeah, it's definitely exciting seeing y'all as a company having the confidence to just jump in there and do it. I mean, obviously there's a bunch of games out there that are trying to figure this stuff out, right? One I've been looking into, and I haven't bought into it. I don't represent them or whatever, but it's a game called Metalcore, and it's pretty easy to just kind of sign up and get in their alpha. They have some limited open servers. They've been doing it for the past 2 weeks on the weekends. And anyway, it's like it's like Planet Side 2, basically. It's supposed to be this big open world thing. And basically the main grind there's all these different things you can get, and there's only so much you can grab, and you have to carry it back to your base. And as soon as you get there, it automatically transfers. All of this to say that, like, the core grind there comes down to, like, getting a certain item. And it just, like, and at least in these alphas, I was able to see, okay, this item is available at this base in this box. There's 3 of them. And the point with Metalcore is that you can craft weapons and vehicles like mechs and ships and stuff, and then those become NFTs. And that you can rent and sell or whatever. So I worry about the gaming industry as it goes in this direction to, like, get caught up in trying to make loops that are going to yield profit or something. And I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just the pursuit of that is going to be really painful.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people. So,
I
but
don't think
again,
a lot of entry-level players are
with
looking
all
at a
of
game
that,
like that, though.
do what?
I don't think that a lot of, like, entry level players are looking at a game like that. Like, I know that I've never heard of that game. I know that it's been brought up in here several times from other folks who are in that space, but I think that that's a pretty big distinction between the different studios. Like, there haven't been many. There's a few, but there haven't been many AAA well-known studios that have entered that space. And, like, while Midnight Society itself is brand new, the experience it yields comes from quite a few well-known projects. And there are a few projects out there that have the same well-known, or prestigious people behind it. But, Midnight Society is being introduced as, like, a AAA development studio. Plus the notoriety behind Dr. Disrespect, his community.
That's
the
exactly
exposure
what
that brings. That makes what's happening here a little different. Like,
exactly.
people look at Deadrop and they look at it like a Call of Duty. It's not looked at like this is a Web3 game, even though it's very active in that space. It makes it very unique. So, with that exposure comes a unique opportunity to try and change the landscape. Which, there's almost like an undiscussed note of responsibility there, because there are a lot of eyes waiting to see what happens. There are a lot of eyes that wouldn't normally trust this type of game, and it's very interesting to be part of.
Honestly, and what's the price? Like, I've been looking. I don't look at the activity all the time, but I'm like, and again, Becca, as someone that's on the team, I'm really curious about your reaction to this. Right, OpenSea, if you go and look, there's like it's hitting $500. I know when it was taken off, one did sell for an ETH. So how does that feel, being a part of a project where these things are?
That was a legendary, by the way, that sold for an ETH.
Do what?
I think 2 legendaries that sold for an ETH.
Yeah. Well, now it's like, okay,
Still
the price,
problem,
the floor.
though. I mean, $500 just to be able to play a snapshot. I mean, yeah, you can think of it
I
as
wou'd be
$500
here
to
if
invest
I
in
didn't
the
have
community,
any,
180 right now.
Still,
I wouldn't
mean,
be
I
here.
literally bought.
I just got in for that 50
for like
though,
160.
Well, yeah, you have, because of obviously the volatility, you have to time your entry into the market pretty much
Exactly.
with with cryptocurrency. Like, that's just how it is. But I'm saying with Web3 gaming, any studio that wants to venture into the Web3 space really needs to consider the fact that the high barrier to entry based on price is like that right there. That is a major issue that needs to be addressed.
Well, I mean, we know this is going to be a free-to-play game. at some point, and then
Yeah.
so in this example, but I agree. Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, just that metalcore example, it actually looked like a pretty good game, and I was able to get in just signing up to get in there. So there are some examples out there, but I think for the most part, like you're saying, high barrier to entry to something that's okay. So.
Hmm. Yeah, and I mean it's funny because I actually never go on OpenSea. I also just don't trade much, so I have I have no reason to go on there.
Right.
But yeah, I have like very, very few crypto assets. But
Becca, I
yeah,
actually
that's
did want to.
A bit.
So I actually
what's that?
wanted to kind of piggyback off of this topic. So with Midnight Society and Deadrop, I mean they're introducing this Web3 feature, but really in a way to where, I mean, if the players don't want to even have anything to do with it, they don't need to have anything to do with it. Do you foresee, if all goes well, maybe the second game that Midnight Society releases having more of a Web3, like a more Web3 features, and then each game progressively more and more?
Hmm.
Have you
Um,
given that any
I
thought?
I honestly have not. I mean, I'm sure we will make more games, right? Like maybe, right? I hope.
Right.
If all goes well and we're still around, which I think we will be for sure. But yeah, that's a great question. I mean, that type of question would be something that maybe Rob would have a little bit more insight into. Although I feel like his answer would probably be something like maybe.
Right.
But I
Well,
do think like making this game free to play, it's kind of just like the trial run. So it'll be interesting to see. I guess what I'm saying is too, it's hard to know until the full game is out there and it's not just
For sure.
founders.
For sure.
sure.
But yeah, I
It's
don't know, I
important also
suppose.
to know, Jacobs, that like remember Midnight Society is also they're working in tandem with Polygon on that publishing platform.
Mhm.
So and that's a really good news for people who are concerned, like more concerned consumers, because that means that the studio themselves are making sure that the platform is as transparent, has the things that you'd be concerned about, like the founding applications, the amount of people that said it was like 99.5% or something like that. Like most people wanted to own their player assets. So how do you do that? In today's
Yeah.
world where it's so foreign to everybody else, having this team involved with that is really good perspective. So that I think that the studio identifies what can happen in that space, but I think that we're on the cusp of pioneering that, and I think that it's going to change things moving forward. An Epic Game Store type publishing platform for other development studios to work in this space, but made by a studio that's also making a game and very transparent about that game. So you can see,
Drinking. Damn it. Sorry.
you
I
can
agree
see
with that.
like
Yeah.
how it happens.
Yeah, because with Polygon Studios, I don't know if anybody in here really keeps up to date with what Polygon is doing, but they actually have a partnership with Meta, like Facebook, just to put it that way. And so when you think about it long term, the fact that Midnight Society is partnering with Polygon, which is also
Yeah, but that's
partnering
not
with
going well
Meta,
right now.
I know, I understand that, but like
Yeah.
but Meta already has come out and said that they're not going to stop investing in AR VR. When I say long term, I'm thinking freaking long term, like virtual reality gaming on the blockchain. And that's what I'm saying is, like, if Midnight Society really wants to like bear down and be here long term, like these are the ideas that I think that that everybody on the team needs to be aware of and think about. And they already have a foot in the door into something that could be extraordinary. So
Well,
that's
and
all
what's
I have to
cool
say
is
about that.
Polygon isn't the only game in town. There's Arbitrum as well, and other, and even I know
Yeah, but
Polygon is
Polygon
trying to
is a
work
layer 2 on
into.
Ethereum, and Ethereum is like one of the big dogs that is not going
Well,
anywhere.
yeah, so is Arbitrum. But anyway, I'm not trying to get us in that rabbit
Yeah,
holes
sorry,
on
we
that.
kind of
But
got off
either,
on a tangent.
no,
Yeah.
no, you're cool, man. Because again, I all what we're talking about, I agree. Where we have a chance to revolutionize the whole thing because it took me a while to see it, but as I've been seeing the snapshots and being in these conversations and realizing the real tack direction that Midnight Society wants to go with that long-term Web3 thing. That's what I'm really speaking to right now, and it seems to be centered on user-generated content and trying to figure out how to integrate that. And I think that's exciting because, again, I'm someone that doesn't really care much about microtransactions. I barely will spend money to buy a game, let alone skins for it. So I'm not really
I'm the same way.
like it's just not for me because I
Although
come
when
from
I
the
was playing Fortnite, I was very, very tempted.
I mean, I think that goes without saying because of the way that they've partnered up with different, big name companies that are out there, bridging, different universes together. But I think that like the fact that Midnight Society acted on the data that they had right away with Polygon, if you're looking at it from a future proof perspective,
What do you mean
I think
acted
that
on the data?
that's pretty incredible. Okay, so like when the applications came out for founders, there was a questionnaire on there like who wants, would you rather own your own user generated content, the skins and camos like that you have in games, the cosmetics, would you like to own them? And the result was like 99. It was like not 9. It was like 90.5. I have to remember what it was. I have the number written down, but it was
in the
large
90s,
enough.
yeah.
Right. It was large enough, over
Overwhelming.
400,000 people, that you can go to a blockchain or a company like Polygon and say like look, people really want this. Let's make a platform for it to exist on. Whereas right now there's nothing, and they have that, and they're spearheading that.
Yeah,
And I think
almost a
it-
500,000 people. Yeah, so
I mean, I think what's interesting, and I don't know if this is, I mean, you could probably do like an experiment with this. Asking that question in that way, and then like, let's say you did like a focus group or something, you asked another 400,000 people, like, how do you feel about NFTs? Like, I think you would probably see a pretty big difference there, even though they're basically the same question. So, for all intents and purposes. So I think with, with regards to, and I don't even know if I want to use the word educating, because it's like, it's not like people don't
It's informing.
know. Yeah, like it's not that
They're
people are like
dense.
uneducated per se. There's just a lot of skepticism and a lot of
Right.
people maybe not realizing that, like, let's say, if you're an artist, and that's why I think NFTs too are so popular with artists, but like I see it, I mean, gosh, I've seen like so many types, like whether it's a musician or, photographers or like
music
digital
is a
artists.
big use case for NFTs.
Huge use case, yeah.
Yes.
And I saw that a lot, so
Which still
I
make no
also worked
sense.
like a yeah, it's interesting to me too, but I used to work on like at like a concert venue, and definitely saw some of that as well. So like I think it's more like, hey, this is the value that we see in it for you guys. Like, if you're creating something, you should be able to own it. Like, it kind of makes sense, but it's also not always that straightforward, especially with, in this digital age that we've all grown up in. So I don't know. I think it's really, so that data too is interesting to look at, because that there's certain buzzwords that people hear and
100%.
they're like,
right.
oh, I am down for like digital asset ownership, but I don't know, NFTs, they've gotten,
Right.
I've heard bad things about them or something. And, I totally get that. You're never gonna,
I think that's
it's
why it was so
okay,
like
but-
masterfully crafted, because like when the founders passes came out, you didn't see NFTs mentioned nearly as much. Like, it was on the FAQ, but it was almost like an intentional process to avoid that, get the data out there, get the question in front of the people who are interested in applying, ask them what they felt about it, and then turn around and go say, hey, look, you feel this way, but by the way, this is also this is the same thing, And I think that the only way you can break away from that stigma is by showing people with examples, like with real world data, that is something you want to do, which is why I found the move to partner with Polygon so early and announce that, not only is Midnight Society focusing on Deadrop, because I do think, I sit in the community quite a bit, and I know that most people know about Deadrop, but a lot of people aren't aware that there's also a publishing platform in the works with Polygon. And those are two major points to look at. You got the development studio working hand in hand with Polygon that owns the blockchain, right? That's huge because you know that there's no communication issues. It gives you a little comfort when deciding if you want to invest. And the other thing is that they're the ones, at the forefront of making this publishing platform for other similar games. So that while Deadrop's future, will be great on that platform because of the same studio, other games and other things that are working in this space may have a platform too. And that's huge when you're not sure what that environment looks like, or you're uncomfortable because of all the things you've heard about it. Like the only way to break a stigma is to get into the stigma and show people that it's also this, or looking at it, change their perspective by use of
I think the
example.
major thing is them partnering with Polygon is the fact that there is no sale fees, because usually you would have to pay a sale fee and then there's another fee
a
that
sale
you pay.
fee. I thought you said selfie.
Yeah.
No, yeah, a selfie. You have to pay.
Yeah, that's like there's no selfies. Like what?
No. So
Damn.
in other NFTs, you would actually have to pay to put it up for sale. So now, since they partnered, there is none of that. Like if you're selling it, whoever's buying it, you're paying the 10% and the 2.5%,
Sure.
the royalty creator fees, but you're not paying to put it up. So every time you change the price, every time that you want to sell something that doesn't sell, you're not paying a fee, which makes it easier for, like, let's say down the line, you're going to have skins or whatever. People aren't going to be like, oh, well, I need to have money in my account to sell this item.
Right.
Which would be more of a pain because
Isn't
now
Polygon
that
also known for like a more energy efficient, like environmentally friendly thing?
that's what the whole gas fee's about. You're pretty much paying for energy.
No,
I mean,
that's definitely not it. What you're doing is you're paying for the verification, the validation,
Yeah.
because when decentralization is multiple nodes, where like I could actually host a node on my personal computer and validate transactions from around the world, and then I
But
would
then
actually get a percentage.
Why
of
is it more
that.
expensive whenever the Ethereum's going up? Why does the price change then?
Because it's based on a unit of Ethereum called Gwei, which is like a penny. In terms of like $1 to a penny is what
But it has
Ethereum
nothing to do
is
with energy?
to Gwei.
No,
It has
so
to,
you
because
also have to think
when-
about the
and-
incentivization.
yeah.
So you have to
Inactivity?
incentivize the validator. So it's like when you have all this
Okay.
demand for these transactions to be verified, you have only a certain number of nodes that are going to accept transactions based on, well, how much are they willing to give me to verify their transaction? Oh, well, this person's willing to give me more, then I'm going to verify this person's transaction and not this person over here, because they're only going to give me half the amount that this person's going to give me. And so that's why it keeps going up. It's just like simple supply and demand, like economics.
But isn't that what the
invisible
merge
hand.
is? Isn't the merge about like trying to mitigate like mining fee, or not mitigate mining fees, but mitigate how the mining fees are calculated, or the way validate.
Well, you can't mine anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Apparently.
How's all that in,
This
like,
all of
respective
this
to
technology
Deadrop?
fascinates me, man. But like the rabbit holes of this thing, man. Or just,
To be honest, like the rabbit hole can get even deeper because everybody is so focused on, onboarding everybody onto Web3, but people that are ahead of the game are already in Web5. Like, no shit. Like, I'm not fucking with you. Like, shit. Like, do a search for Web5. Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, is already right there with Web5, which is basically you own your own identity, because with transparency in the blockchain comes a lot of shit, because now you think that like big data is a problem now, dude, it's going to get worse, because all these transactions are open game for these people that basically are just mining your data to then turn around and throw it back in your face to get more money from you. So, and that's where Web5 is basically their one of their pillars is you own your own data, you own your identity, and like you can even have your own node, and it's just, you should check it out. Anyways, that's the rabbit hole. So,
Well,
Yeah.
you know, the thing again, I came to this space as an artist and as someone that's like, okay, what's up with the environmental side of all this? And yes, Polygon, this layer 2 is a great answer to that. I mean, even in Midnight Society's talking about like this is a transaction on Polygon is like 2 emails, right? And you know, again, I'm streaming right now, right? The environmental impact of streaming is nothing compared to some of the most basic NFTs. So like I've come to at least understand that and understand the technology, but it's at the end of the day, my whole thing is like we got to be able to understand it to critique it and try to push it to what it's supposed to be. So, you know, all these
I
problems
think
with
that
big
being
data
part of
and
this is
thing.
at the forefront of that.
Do what?
I think that being part of something like this is at the forefront of that. You know, like the
This being a part of
transparency and
something, trying to be a part of a DAO. Maybe if that, you know, I wanted to be a part of a DAO, and then it was kind of a part of one, and then it's just like it's madness. It's madness, man. Like
did
it's
your
just like
game?
Hollywood.
but what
ever
you
get
understand is
downloaded,
like,
Becca,
okay,
or
a
no?
DAO, what DAOs are going to be in the future probably is just like basically Midnight Society itself would be a DAO, right? The company that actually functions and runs the things, receives our input like that. You know, we're small teams. It's not big blown like groups, like which it can't, but it can handle. The idea is it could handle that type of shit. So
Sure, sure. So who's got the snapshot downloaded? Who's ready to go?
I just downloaded.
I have
Let's
it.
see.
I'm already in it.
Yeah,
Ready?
I
Let's see
got
if my
3 kills so
my
far,
stream
and now
will-
keep
Let's
dying.
go.
Speaking of entities, anybody want to buy one?
Did your game download yet? I don't know.
I got a couple.
Becca?
Stockpiling.
Yes. Yeah.
Founders
Sorry.
Awesome. No worries.
I'm like, wait. I heard a couple of questions. From, like,
Yeah,
people
yeah.
talking. You're all good.
Yeah, I feel bad because we definitely went in a different direction than we should have went to with what just everything about today. You know, should be about the snapshot. So I apologize.
No, man, it's all good.
I
Free
think
flowing
it's good,
conversation,
I think.
man.
I don't think there's any like supposed to be. You know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
True.
Like,
No, you gotta follow a script. Nope, I'm mad. No,
This is
I
what we
think
call.
there should be an-
This is what we
There
call
should be
chill
an
Makes this
ammo
whole
killing.
thing
pouch.
special, right? It's
where's the
organic.
suits?
This is
gotta
what
say,
we.
yeah,
This is what we call
There should
chill
be an ammo
killing.
pouch,
All right.
and there should be a way to split up items so you can split them up.
So
Cut 'em
do
in
we
half.
want
I want
Do we wanna hop
dehydration
in a
and
game?
pooping.
I did want to
Yes,
say,
that's-
Becca, that if
Like
there's
scum?
No.
Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's a game.
One mic.
Oh, I was just
Okay.
going to say that if there is ever in the future the opportunity for retail investors to like actually own a portion of Midnight Society, like I would put my name down on that. There's actually like studios already doing that, so I think that'd be cool actually.
Let's try and get in a game.
Land in a game.
I'm
All right.
I'm finding a match right
I'm
now.
in the game. I'm going to
Wait,
try
wait,
to
wait,
run
wait,
it.
wait, wait, wait,
Are
wait,
we
wait,
ready
wait,
to
wait.
count down?
I'm exiting.
wait,
I
wait.
canceled.
Are we
I was
doing-
gonna
oh,
say,
10.
It's hard to know if we're all gonna be in the same. Cause like I'm just, yeah, I don't know.
Okay, if we're ready to queue, let's queue it up in 3, 2,
Oh
1.
no, I gotta make it. I just died and I quit the game like an idiot.
All right, I'm queuing.
Yeah, yeah.
Queuing up. Here we go.
I just died too. That
I
was
gotta
so
check
quick.
my stream, see if it'll even run this.
And don't ever
Oh, yeah,
feel
it
bad
will.
about that kind of stuff, Jacob, because again, the very nature of being transparent and organic like that's what makes this whole thing special.
And it's all your
So,
fault.
It's just good that we bring it back, get
kidding.
game, and always have those conversations. I mean, that's why a lot of us hang out in the Discord daily.
Yeah, I've kind of been on a major hiatus, like just not around. I think I stopped by, what was it, Halloween, and I said hi to you and everybody
Finding
else.
match.
Hugo was there, but I'm actually in the
we're in.
process of.
I'm
Oh,
logged
yeah,
in.
I'm in
too worried
too.
about it.
I'm in too. I joined in.
11.
Wait,
I got
literally-
11 players.
Me
11
too.
players.
11. Oh, I got 11.
Okay, I
Let's
think
go.
we did it.
We're all
I got
Are we
11.
all in here?
Nice.
All right, I'm in the filtration center lobby right now.
I'm killing like
I'm in
5.
comms relay floor 2. Wait, can we all just meet by the helicopter and hang out and just like do some cool?
Yeah,
And
I'll
then
I don't know.
we'll all
Nice
count
try.
and die.
Sure,
We'll all count and
I'll
die.
be there.
I don't know
Yeah, I
what
bet.
Make sure
I'll
you
be
guys
watching.
bring your comics. Bring
But
your guns,
I'm the
bring
one
all
that
your
just saw
comic
somebody
books.
and we were just jumping around. Hey, what's
Yeah, that's
up?
me.
Oh, hey, what's up?
It looks like my stream is not having a problem at all. So awesome work.
Yeah, it's running super smooth.
Hold on. Where is? Oh,
All
there
right,
it is.
Did you guys just have another player join to where now you're
over
at
there.
12?
We're at 12.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
So make
Look
sure
at
you guys
that.
bring all your collectibles. Bring
We gotta
every
get
rare
there
item you
somehow.
have.
That is very fancy.
Is it this way? We gotta get up here.
Yeah, I know it's somewhere. I remember. The
So we're all
helipad.
meeting at the helicopter. This is a chill.
That's
no
where
kill
we're
run.
going.
Sure, yeah.
We
yeah.
been chilling.
We only got 2 of us.
I don't trust that. Yeah, for sure.
Whoa! Who's there crouching by this case right here? I'm coming up on your left. Is that you? Nope. Someone's shooting at me.
Oh, I didn't slide
Oh wait,
yet.
I hear the shooting too. We must be near each other.
Hey, he
Well,
just
this
went
is a fence
down.
over there.
You're going the
Oh,
wrong
we're down to
way.
11. We had 12.
All right,
we're down to
let's talk
11. I
to
see
enemy
somebody.
guys, and then there's another guy
I
right
see
there.
somebody by
Someone
the
just jumped.
helicopter.
Oh, that's not us
Two
shooting.
people.
Hey,
You
There's
guys
2
brought
people
all your
here.
collectibles,
wait, you're
right?
actually going
Hey,
to
what's
the
up?
helipad?
I'm
Hey, why are you
actually by
shooting
the
me?
helicopter.
I killed him.
Yeah, there's
I
2
killed him.
people fighting
Oh,
here.
good.
I'm watching them.
There's
fight.
two
you're-
people on the
you are
helicopter.
brave,
Wait.
sir.
Is that? I see someone.
I'm
there.
just gonna run straight to the helicopter right now.
I need to get some help.
Wait,
Hold on,
I
is there
just see you running to the helicopter. So
Hold on,
who's
there's
that's
shooting
me.
at me?
I ran through their
I'm getting
fight.
health.
I didn't shoot
Hang on,
nobody.
don't shoot me. I'm not
I'm
shooting
a
you.
I'm a
Hey,
bodyguard
who's
right now. I'm a
This is
bodyguard.
Make it to the
Yeah,
helicopter.
All right, I'm going towards the
I'm waiting.
helicopter.
Hold on, I'm
Who
waiting
just
for it to
fired at me?
respawn. Give me.
You
give me
might
a
get the
second. I need
snapshot
some
Oh,
more
for
dude!
help.
Whoa! Someone
He
just
almost
shot me. I
killed
was
me.
going towards the helicopter.
Okay, this person is definitely shooting at me.
It's not me.
Yeah,
I'm by
oh,
the helicopter.
yeah.
I'm chilling.
Oh,
chill
there we go.
killing.
All right.
I have
God,
removed
this
them from the
lack
game.
of unlimited ammo
Let's
is
go!
killing me right now.
I'm behind you. I'll make sure I don't lose you
I
either.
hope that was none of you that I just deleted.
Hold on.
It might have been
Who-
me. I don't know.
Who's this
You're
here?
Firing
right.
at me? Oh,
Whoa! Who's this here?
man. Were you next to a box?
Are you talking to me?
I'm by the helicopter.
I see
Oh,
someone
boy.
to our left. I don't know who was talking.
Where's the
no.
helicopter?
Somebody's
confused.
shooting me, man.
We were going up to the helicopter, and now
It's because
where-
you're scared.
Hold on, where's the
you
bad
have
at?
trust issues. You have trust issues. That's why you
Where
don't want
the
to go to the
bad
helicopter.
Dude, it's
Yeah,
okay.
just
I
trying to
didn't
hang
go
out.
there either.
The next one.
Are you behind me?
This has been a
It's okay,
test.
I'm behind you.
No,
Right?
because
I tr-
literally on one of the streams that we did with some of the other streamers,
Okay, there it
that's
is.
what they said.
It's right
Right,
there.
they wanted to try to kill me, so I didn't go.
Well,
Oh,
I could just tell.
Yep, I
So-
see that. It is right above. There's someone up there already.
you're,
Is there
you're
anyone
not in the
else that
wrong
has
for
problems
not
with the
wanting to
light?
trust
Gotta find-
a bunch of random gamers. So
We gotta find our way up.
this
Well, the
helicopter
funniest
is.
part
maybe
about
this thing.
that was like I was
Can we
actually
climb
there
up?
was a bug. I was like stuck in the geo somewhere and
I
I
died.
couldn't move.
oh
There's
no.
a green light.
There's an elevator somewhere around here.
So
Oh,
you
I
were
died.
there like bait?
Oh,
Oh
Oh,
god,
it's an up.
No.
Yeah, we can go up
I'm
here.
so sad. I
No, I ended
died.
up winning that because I was
Let's
the last
go.
person standing.
That's
I
awesome.
fell off the
Something like
map.
that something like that
Oh,
happened to me where I fell like
I've-
behind a ramp, and there was
have
no
no
way
weapon.
out. And
I
because
couldn't
of that, I won
access the
Deadrop.
ladder from the top of the ladder. I had a very sad
Oh, really?
time.
Ooh, what is this scope?
I don't know if it was a
No, it's
bug.
not it.
It's probably user
That's not
error.
it.
there's a ramp behind us.
Oh, is there?
Maybe.
Show me.
Look at this scope. Okay.
So wait, sorry, you said. You
Oh, yeah,
couldn't
I see it.
Get to the ladder from the top. You couldn't go down the ladder, basically, is what you're saying.
Yes. I mean,
Oh, no,
I
we can
found
climb
the.
up this.
I was
Oh, we
able
can
to
climb, yeah.
access that UI, but only once I was falling very fast next to the ladder, and it didn't work, and I died.
Oh.
It was exciting.
Well, I got an awesome scope. A deal.
Wait,
Almost at
so-
the helipad.
Sorry, to be clear, do you think that part was user error? Like you tried to grab onto the ladder while you're in the air, but you couldn't?
All right, we're here. We made
I
it.
think
Helicopter.
it was a
Someone
mixture.
sniping.
I think it was a mixture of basically not looking at the ladder from the right angle, and user error.
Oh, okay.
Someone's sniping.
But, you know.
Wait, who's that? You just threw
We're
a
at the
bunch of shots.
helicopter.
Who's shooting at me?
Yeah,
someone's
you're at the.
shooting.
I'm dead. I died. So, I'm
you see this
not
dude
at the
shooting?
helicopter.
Yeah.
Unless
Yeah,
I
someone's
got
shooting at us right
put
now.
in the same match with y'all. Because there's 11 players. Is it 11 still?
There's 7 now.
Oh, yeah. I guess it wouldn't be very much looter shooter
Oh!
extraction. I mean,
Put
that
shots
kinda
on
would
him.
work.
Dead? Maybe?
That's kind of where
I don't
Tarkov
know.
is headed.
You
13
might have
turned
been
right.
dead.
13
That's
turn
what the
red.
thing is. You don't know if you kill somebody.
TTS1.
That's a big problem. I never know if I'm killing somebody or not.
Oh, whoa! He's still shooting at me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I guess not.
Just never stop shooting. Just keep shooting.
He just has unlimited ammo. What the hell?
Right?
Who is that guy?
And that's a great question.
No.
What
We
an
don't have
absolute
unlimited
maniac.
ammo anymore.
Who's
There's
that
no-
guy? It's Jess.
I'm behind you.
Ah, he's blasting me!
Someone else likes the new guy. I've watched every single episode. I am not afraid to admit that.
Of New Girl?
Wait, New Girl?
Of New Girl, yeah, not New Guy.
Dude,
New Girl,
you have no idea. All my announcements on Twitch are New Girl.
Yeah.
I've watched New Girl so many times.
I love New Girl. I've rewatched the whole series only twice,
yeah.
but
Really?
What is
Twice?
it?
Oh, come on, 5 times.
My sister
Oh,
is in that.
dude, Nick,
Yeah.
Nick is Nick is the all-time favorite, like my favorite. I love Nick, man. Like his character
Me
is just,
too.
yeah.
He's so. I'm more of a Schnitzton. I'm a Nick Winston.
I love Winston.
Going
I
after
think Nick
this
and
guy. He's
Winston
really
are
I mean,
tied
I
for
would
my-
totally
my
rock a
favorite.
bird shirt.
Yeah, I just love how
I also-
eccentric Winston is. It's
I
so
own
good.
all the New Girl Funko Pops. So
Awesome.
That's awesome.
yeah,
I'm going
Oh,
after
wait.
this guy. He's really irking me.
yeah. My what is it? Is it my follower? I think my my sub announcement is when Nick freaks out where Prince is, and he's like, ah! And he's like screaming. My follower is Winston dancing while drinking champagne while him and Cece are getting wedding dresses.
Oh.
Yeah, that scene. Oh, so good.
So good. It's really
Such a
cute,
great scene,
too.
yeah. When people
Yeah.
donate, it's the douchebag jar.
Yeah.
I'm going for this dude up
I
here.
love that show way too much.
He's really
It's just really good.
It's so good.
Where are you?
Do you know there's a podcast?
What?
Yeah, it's
Ooh.
Lamorne Morris, Zoe Deschanel, and Hannah, or CC, Winston, and Zoe, and Jess. They do a podcast and they're recapping all the episodes. They did the first season so far.
I'm gonna have to check that out.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's awesome. I would totally tune into
Mm.
that.
Oh,
That's probably the only
Oh my
sitcom that
God.
I've actually watched and enjoyed, to be honest with you.
It's so good.
Oh my god. So,
So
if you're
the
riding
funny
an
thing is,
elevator,
like, what's up? Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say, if you're riding an elevator and you jump right before it finishes, it launches you.
I saw
was
that.
hysterical.
I saw that earlier on somebody's stream.
You're saying that to warn us, but that just makes me want to do it.
Yeah, I'm
I
like,
thought I was gonna
let me
die.
go
No,
do that
no.
right now.
No, this is
Right
this
now,
is
right?
intelligence sharing.
Oh my gosh! Dude, look how much loot that was
Yeah,
incredible.
that
What a
that
match.
sniper ran. I don't know where he went.
That was me.
All right, y'all. I'm
I'm
gonna
not
bounce
sure that I
out, but it was
like
good
that
jamming
you have
with
to
y'all.
interact with the
Appreciate it.
ladder.
Hey, have a good one.
Peace.
I think.
Bye.
Yeah, have
Have
a good night.
one.
I think
Later.
Oh man, this is so cool hanging out with the Midnight Society crew. Yo, what's up, y'all? By the way, I'm OneFrog9. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna jump into another room, play a little more Deadrop, and see where we can get with it. Let's see who else we got to talk to. We got the level designer. Becca, we just left. She's a bunch of people in there. Kevin on the UI. I want to talk to the animator actually.
Filtration station.
Filtration? Oh shit, I have no idea where that is.
I don't know.
What up?
I don't know the names of any of these things. We need some colors on these buildings.
Yeah.
Red building, blue building.
Yeah, I was talking to
Sure, that'd
Brad,
be
like,
easy.
you know what'd be cool is if we had some sort of architecture language where just different design elements, like this building has like a bunch of ridges, right? Yeah, that's enough for me to differentiate it from that building, but I need like each building to have its own like
Different design architecture, yeah.
And
Call
that way
one
you,
rid-
you don't have to
and you
worry
could call
about
this. You could call this building ridges if you needed to.
Sure, yeah. That'd be perfect. Right,
Next
right.
building could have like crosshatch across the entire side of the building. You call it crosshatch.
Right. or like
Well, I died because I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. I got to
it's
jump
like
back in there.
different shapes. Like I think a lot we've been talking about like silhouettes, having like an obvious silhouette of the building to tell you like what goes on here, like in the fiction, and then like what kind of interaction, like what kind of movement is, you know, possible.
So you guys are the animators, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And you just started on this past snapshot.
Yeah. That's through
Yeah,
first.
basically
has
all
done
of,
nothing for us, Tony.
yeah,
But he's
basically
really
all of the
short for us.
improvements you've seen is from Brighton.
Oh, are you like self-reporting, dude?
Mm. Yeah, I'm just a bum. I don't do anything.
No. Henry's gonna Henry's already done some huge improvements, so vaulting and zip lines that are making it feel really nice and smooth. Oh, hold on a second.
Is that you? Are you shooting the shotgun?
Was that you that I shot?
No. I'm low. I want to team up. I want to help you. Trust me, bro.
Well, and just so you guys know, I'm also streaming as well, and just kind of bouncing around the rooms, just picking your brains and enjoying the snapshot myself.
Please do. Any things you want to see in animation?
Well, I don't know yet.
Yeah, it's hard to know until you
for sure
until you know.
How so how's this been participating in this your first snapshot for this? Were you a part of the project already? Do you have a variant, or is this just you're in the industry, heard the call, and just kind of jumped into it?
Well, for me, I was a variant. I've been a fan of like the doc universe for a while. Obviously, like video games and all that. And I was kind of sick of my old job, and it was just the perfect opportunity. Is that you on the zipline? Oh, too late, you're dead.
I never zipline.
Okay. It just felt like the perfect opportunity to work on something I've always been passionate about, video games, A, and then B, strike a balance with my family. Like I have a toddler and working from home, it's just like the ideal like work-life balance job right now.
Just here.
So, oh yeah, by far. And what comes with that is you have this team that's like super focused on what they do. They're super passionate about the game we're making. Everybody wants to make the game better every day, right? And so there's something about that I was missing in my other jobs that I've had in the industry, where I've heard Rob like call my name out in public, say, "Oh, Henry's amazing. He's gonna make it like magic," before I've even done anything for them. Like it's just amazing to have that kind of confidence and support from your peers, where you might not get that at another job. So for me, it's been an amazing 3 weeks so far, and I've got to help out. Like I already have like a couple stuff checked in for the next snapshot that I'm excited to see everybody play. So
cool.
Yeah, it's really fun.
Where'd you come from before?
I was working on Avatar 2 and 3, the James Cameron movies. So no, I have very little video game development experience, but
Animation's animation, right?
I've been animating for a while, and the other thing is that like the passion I have for games is way higher than movies. So it's if you don't think it matters in animation, believe me, it matters. Like what you care about.
Everything you put your mind to, you should care about in some way, shape, or form, right?
Exactly.
And it's just that whether you're working on, you know, a big box movie or a big box game, you know, it's I'd figure it'd be the same type of type of overhanging like feeling about like, does this really matter, you know? Much that it doesn't, because your job's your job, right? But to be happy with what you're doing and enjoying the time and space that you're occupying.
Yeah,
really,
sometimes
like,
you have to
drives it home,
step
right?
you have to step back and say, why am I like pulling my hair out over a movie, or you know, or this or that? In the end, we're making a game, we're making a movie, right? So have fun with it. Don't, you know, don't put, you know, lose years of your life, you know, stressing. Although I will say my salt and pepper hair is looking pretty good from all those Avatar, from all those 12-hour plus days on Avatar.
Jesus. Did you see it to completion, or did you leave in the midst of work?
So I've been working on it for 5 years, and the movie comes out in a month. So I feel like that counts. I feel like that counts. Where I was there longer than most other artists, so you know, there's definitely like that solid core of people that have been there from the beginning. But yeah, plenty of people had come and gone while I was there. So yeah, I'm counting it.
Something I'm kind of curious about where the team is on things like blockchain and Web3, because you know it's yeah, I'm interested in the technology more so than like flipping JPEGs and stuff like that. I mean, apparently there's definitely some good money to be made doing that, but really I think I'm just way more curious about the impact that all that stuff's going to have on video games, on entertainment, you know, at large. So I'm just curious, like, with y'all coming into this project, like, is that something you're even curious about or have experience with, or you just kind of going with it and just enjoying animating a kick-ass game?
Yeah, I'm certainly curious, but like Rob says, like it only makes sense to have it in your game if it makes sense, and
right
as soon as like it feels, you know, cheap or like it diminishes the game somehow, like then that's
we're
a
in the same match
discussion.
still. We never found each other.
Oh, was it just us two left
No, I
scrambling
think there was
around?
one more.
Well, I got the Deadrop. I'll take it. I needed one. Yeah, so it's I'm really curious to see how it develops. I have literally no idea or involvement in that side of it.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just interesting to me, at the very least.
I'm curious about like how these things can relate to games, right? Because like a JPEG is everywhere. Everything can use a JPEG. But with games, like everything's so specific to a game. Like how do you have portability of asset usage, you know? Like I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but I think probably the value of anything made as far as blockchain is kind of like where can it even be used, you know?
Well, if you look at like the CS:GO marketplace in its heyday, right? You can buy these cases, and then you might get a knife that's worth how is it worth $1,000, right?
Yeah,
but it is because there's enough demand and people want it. But there's a problem, right? When you cash out, it's only in like Steam currency, and there's ways around it. You can like sell gift cards and blah blah blah. There's ways around it, right? But
but that's a hassle. It's a pain in the ass. Not that I've done it, but it's just like in general, the whole point is that we have that control over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm guessing like that's kind of the idea, where the skins have no impact on the game. And let's talk CS:GO, right? Like everyone wants the Dragon Lore op because it's awesome.
Queue up. Are you doing another one?
Yeah, I'm ready. 3, 2, 1.
I'll join you.
Make sure my stash. Stash.
Yeah, good.
Well, no, I think I think this project. I've mentioned this a couple times in one of the other rooms, but I think it took me a while to see it, but I see this whole project as an opportunity to take microtransactions and just flip that whole conversation around, where it's not just a straight funnel of money out of the community. It's, I mean, yeah, if you guys put out an official skin, cool, that goes to you. But if, you know, B4 over here throws down and makes a gun skin or a car skin, maybe there's a chance where he gets a portion of the sale of that as he put. So that's where I see it could be something that,
I think
that's actually worth talking about.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting concept and conversation.
The application process, there was actually the way that they worded some of the questions were hinting at the point of UGC content being a way to be more of a part of the game that way by like actually having currency
think
through
that's
your own
something that
pocket
we're
if
like,
you're making UGC, right? So
yeah, that's something that we're talking about, right? Like, well, part of what my job here is like everything in building with like the character, the way the character works, the way the guns work, the whole systems around those things. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible
shots
to make it accessible for people to like be able to make assets, right? Like making stuff for games is hard. How can I help make that less stupid, honestly?
cumbersome even, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you guys shouldn't have to worry about rigging in order to make a new gun, for instance, right? Like that just sucks if that's like a step that you guys have to go through. But I kind of think about it in the way of like, I'm not sure if you guys have played Warframe, but I feel like the way Warframe handled user-generated content through Steam Workshop, and they do like rev shares with the creators and stuff. I thought that was really awesome. And then it's like, yeah, can you just push that idea further than like what Warframe had?
It also reminds me of Rust too. There's some of the people that have been a part of the community that started making skins for some of the streamers and stuff, and they've ended up, you know, making work out of it essentially.
Yeah, I think it'd be awesome.
Cool to see.
Same with like the CS:GO maps. Like some of those maps that are played at a, you know, competitive level are made from fans of the game. Like it's crazy.
That's cool.
I would love to see stuff like that in our game.
Yeah,
he's loved
and I think that's
stuff.
the goal.
Made a lot of games where you could make your own stuff. Like I don't know if you guys remember the old game Trials Evolution, Trials Rising.
Yeah, and Trials Fusion.
Trials Fusion out of Red Links out of Finland.
Yeah,
it's
no,
that's
coolest. Oh, you camp with a shotgun, you son of a
bitch. It's me.
Is this how you're playing all day?
I won't shoot. No, I got a comic. I hear footsteps.
Okay, so I don't know if this is y'all's wheelhouse, but I finally just did a mantle up on top of a container inside the hideout. But next to that container is a concrete support thing that's about chest height, and I can't mantle onto that, and I'm sad.
Mantling is very piece of shit. Mantling is barely working at the moment. We're focusing more on ladder climbing, zip line, and vaulting. So S4 mantling is going to get a whole lot better. Partially because we don't even have like a real animation for that mantle. So Henry here, next week.
That explains why I didn't see.
It's going to make it better. But yeah, I honestly think we should keep the mantling through the floor of things. I think that's a pretty good feature.
Matt, say again on the last part.
Well, man, like if you see my screen, you can like mantle through the bottoms of so many things.
Okay.
Good enough. It's pretty silly.
Yeah, and like the targeting is not great. Like if you can see my screen, like we're like clearly over this ledge here.
Above. Yeah.
So our goal is to work with, you know, Roman and figure out the best way to A, make it look good, and B, make it like feel realistic. So
I mean, here's a question, right? Here's a gameplay question, right? If you can look at my screen, like, so we're gonna add even more movement states, right, in S4, and one of them is gonna be like climbing on ledges. And here's an interesting conundrum about climbing on ledges. So I'm on top of this thing here, and I run forward, and I hit the top of that thing, right? I hit the top of this like ledge here. Let me get back on top and show you again. Like if I sprint, shit, get back on top.
Boy, hit me.
If I sprint and I hit that thing, should I have automatically grabbed that ledge?
Wait, run it again. Let's do it again, man. I'm here. I was trying to get it up on the stream. I got you on the stream. We're ready. Let's go.
Oh man, I was pinched.
So that's again, I think, on the same, like what I was saying. Like this is a chest height hit, right?
Yeah,
it's a chest height kind of level. Like that.
Like maybe it's input based. Like if you're still pushing forward and you hit that chest height, we should grab that ledge.
I'm kind of like, because it's like anything that's in my field of view, and if I'm hitting that edge, granted there's a certain level, right? I think chest height, which means to me like maybe half of the screen and below, right? But if it's like in the top third or something, then obviously maybe you're not grabbing that. But,
it's nice to have inputs for that kind of stuff too, like automatically mantling onto that just because you run near it is not what my preferred playing style would be.
Right,
like
but that you could.
A timed instance where you could click the button to be able to mantle it within, 0.2 or plus or minus of you
I know
hitting that edge.
other games kind of queue up like the button press, like press X to mantle. Like you might see it available. It only becomes available once you're, within the range.
Maybe it's a bit like a
not even to see it though, just to be able to time it within like 0.2 of a second plus or minus, let's say, or even 0.3 of a second plus or minus of you entering the space that you could grab that next ledge, Like for instance, and I hate to use it as part of like a demo, but in Call of Duty, the way that they do mantling and clambering, it's like you have to. I think how it starts is like even if you just run up to something, it'll grab it automatically, and you have to go into the settings to be able to change the fact that you need to interact with it to be able to interact with it.
Yeah, so like maybe have it as a setting, because then you can.
Well, I think PUBG did something like that, where they split up the vaulting and the jumping, but you could make it the same key or something.
It's the same. Well, I play on controller, so it's the same key on controller. It's just the jump button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
just
it's
in different
do it
instances,
again,
right?
Like if we could have it where if you jumped at a ledge and you press jump again, that could be the grab. That could be the thing that makes you grab that ledge and catch it.
Yeah.
I could
And
also
that's how it runs in Infinite, which is
you're
what
sprinting and you still hit that while sprinting and still pushing forward. You could do an auto in that way. Because sometimes it's like, I don't like to press keys all the time, but I also agree you don't want to have like automatic movements everywhere.
And
yeah, because that's really frustrating when it pulls you out of like a.
You can split it up, just like you were talking about.
Yeah.
Splitting up the interaction, right?
Yeah, like how many times have you died in like Warzone? You're like, no, auto mantle. Like, oh shit, like I didn't mean to do that. And that's what kills you, right? And you've spent 20 minutes in a match and then just to die like that, right? That's super frustrating.
Yeah, it's definitely going to make me pay attention a little more when I'm playing Halo, because because I think you can cancel out of a mantle to shoot.
Yeah.
But there's just a whole different flavor going on there compared to what y'all are working on. So.
And it's kind of like a tech too. Like if you can memorize the buttons to press in order to maximize your ability to shoot, like there's that whole like dropping, like throwing the gun instead of swapping.
Drop
so
weapon,
like, is that something we want to build into the game? Like like something that's more skillful.
Because what do you see the esports community doing, right? They start GA in that basically.
Right.
Like,
so it in terms
There's
of
a lot, and now they're taking
professional
out snap
level, yeah.
slides, so it's
Wow.
yeah, interesting. Interesting, just contrast between what y'all are doing and the position y'all have compared to the legacy AAA industry here, man. Let's go.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be just talking to you guys and saying like this works, this doesn't. And then like Brian and I go work tomorrow and say, let's figure that out, right?
Yeah.
Like I think
It
that's a
does.
fun.
It really does, man. I mean, I had the original Xbox, and then it didn't feel worth it getting another Xbox, a new Xbox for just Halo, right? So I just, ended up getting either like a PC around 2006, 2007, and getting a PS3. So it's like that's been my experience with gaming, it's just like being that 90s kid, Pizza Hut demos and shit, and then just what I told you. And like now
Right.
we're stepping into this thing where now we get to have these conversations. I mean, I pulled every little dime and nickel I could just to even make it to LA, which was cool. Like I'd never done anything like that. And
Nice. That's
and even
actually
now that like okay, maybe there's some more physical events on the horizon, but even just this meeting y'all on Discord, just being able to throw down and ask some questions is just super cool, man. So yeah, I'm right there with you.
Frog.
Yeah, no, it goes both ways. Like definitely getting your exact feedback on like, hey, this is the thing that sucks in games. Don't make that mistake. That helps a lot because like we all have our own kind of like takes of like, oh man, like I play the shit out of Call of Duty, and so I'm totally used to that movement mechanics, and someone else might be like playing Apex and they want it to have that kind of quality to it.
Right.
But I feel like in a way, it's like we're kind of trying to build, in a sense, like Splinter Cell in first person. Like it's kind of also a way to think about it.
I hope
like all the
so,
crazy shit
because y'all said that they brightened everything up. I haven't gotten too deep in the shadows on the proving grounds yet, but there was some. My first couple of weeks playing it, there was some good instances where people were really hiding in the shadows, and I don't want to lose that because Splinter Cell is one of my favorites for sure.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, we had a disastrous playtest yesterday where you could shoot out the lights, but it's disastrous because my animations broke. So, but
but it turned into a really fun play session because we ended up just running around and exploring and like traversing. And Brad has added so many cool things now that you can like kind of jump up to where you have to make a skillful jump or you have to time a zip line and then jump to another zip line, like that sort of thing play tested really well. And I'm like that, like what a fun thing to be able to do in a game where there's not a lot of games doing that stuff like that, especially not shooter games. You might get that in Mirror's Edge.
Precision is a great quality to have with movement. People are gonna attach themselves to it, and it's gonna become part of the meta of the movement mechanic, right? Is being able to master those movements, right?
And I want to see like streamers that are like super dedicated to like the actual traversing of the map and see well, that's the cool thing about vertical extraction shooter is that
it's Timmy. Is that who I'm thinking of? Who's the Apex guy?
Maybe.
There's lots.
Yeah. But think about like the vertical extraction shooter. We're gonna see gameplay develop in ways we never thought before because of the advanced movement systems, the way the maps are designed, the different sort of equipment and abilities you'll have to move around. So I'm really excited to see how like the best of the best players figure out a way to make this game something like that we didn't even expect, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rooter view on this jump, Crow. Sorry,
I want to like try to do that long jump segue into the next zip, but that damn
you keep freaking me out. I'm like, this guy's gonna die every time, but no.
On this jump, yeah, it's insane.
You
there
just
it
missed
is.
it. You were a little. I think you have to go a little bit to the right, because then you have a better chance of hitting it higher up.
I hate how I keep bringing up Rust too, because just weird, but in Rust you could get a completely brand new player to the game and they're absolutely clueless on how to make some of these jumps. Like there's like actual like parkour sections of different places, like different POIs on the map.
Uh-oh. What happened, buddy?
Unless you have like, yeah, unless you have like, a lot of experience, you're not going to be able to hit these jumps, and the way that your character is physically. Oh, there you go. The way that your character is physically like part of the environment, like you can bend at the hip in that game. So if you need to crouch but get, like tuck your head down a little more, you look at the ground and your guy will actually tuck his head down.
Huh.
So there's a lot of like
That's cool. It's
physics
kind of like
based.
Tarkov having different levels of crouch.
Yeah, it's similar. It's similar. Rust has come a long way. It used to be crazy, like shit.
I gotta watch some now because I don't have too much exposure to that game.
Same.
It's wild. But yeah, like there's movement mechanics that people don't learn until you've played a couple hundreds of hours of it. You know what I mean? Like,
do you feel like that's an advantage the game has or disadvantage?
Well, to be honest, like it's kind of niche, and if you're a new player, it's a disadvantage to be on the map with people who are all experienced, obviously, and vice versa. It's an advantage for Chads to be playing with noobs who can't move as well.
Yeah.
It's about, if you enjoy the game and you're gonna play it, you're gonna learn those mechanics. It's just part of it.
Yeah,
I like that
feel
kind
like
of stuff.
I feel like having that skill gap is important.
100%.
But you have to empower new players too.
Right.
So,
of course.
Like, I think where the zip lines are right now, it's not easy. It's like you have to remember to stow your weapon, you have to time it right, you have to get the jump, and it's easy to mess up. But it's powerful enough where, yeah, if you can hit E, and you'll get to the place you need to go. So I think like what Brighton's doing, having that extra jump and being able to, make a decision based on, where the player is that you're hunting down or where you're trying to escape to, having those options available for a more advanced player is always welcome, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something for people to latch onto and to like strive for as well.
Yeah.
Just like in Halo, how people are doing these crazy maneuvers to be able to traverse the map, and to get up ledges they usually aren't able to get up. And even if you go way back to like rocket jumping, in COD and in other games, propelling yourself in a certain way, and same thing with strafe jumping. It's the same thing in Rust. And when I was saying that your player was like in this physical space, if you look up in the air as you're like running forward and then look up and jump, almost like how you'd like try to launch a nade from one side of the map to the other in like Call of Duty, let's say, like throw the nade, and as you're like cooking it and starting to jump, you look up a little bit to toss it at that specific angle. If you do that with your jumps in Rust, it propels you into the air farther. So it's almost like you're giving your all. You're like going, oh, let's go, and you like really force that jump. And that's that fine line of what I was talking about, where unless you've played the game and understand the type of mechanic, you don't really know it's there until you're like trying to get up the side of this big hill with all these rocks, like almost the side of a mountain. Like, fuck, I'm trying to run away from these guys that are chasing me. I've got all this loot. I need to get back to my base. And like, how am I going to get up this thing? And the only reason you figure out how you can jump and look up is because you're going up a mountain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's when you start to get it. Like, getting that eureka moment is a great feeling for
I think
discovering in games.
That is
accomplishment.
I think that's part of our role as game designers, is to allow you to discover those things, right? Maybe not in a forced way, but give you, because you have to go up, it forces you to do that mechanic that you wouldn't normally have tried. Like how the first level of Mario, like, that when you hit the brick, something comes out because it's lighting up, it's asking you, hit this thing, or maybe
It's got a big question mark on it.
Well, the Goomba is perfectly placed where that when you jump over it to try to dodge it, you'll hit the question mark, right? And they designed that so that it would force the player to kind of unlock that that moment. I think it's good to have things like that.
Use World 1-1 of Super Mario Bros. As a reference for quite a bit of stuff, actually.
Yeah, it's quite amazing how much thought they put into it.
So, what since you've jumped on the team, what was the challenge kind of meeting this deadline or meeting the snapshot 3? I think I know at least that basically animation was just kind of up to the guy that was doing the guns, I guess, and now so you guys took on that, and so I guess maybe you're fine tuning the reloads. Obviously, there's the movement mechanics, so I guess that goes into how the body is reacting to input and stuff like that. I was just kind of curious, y'all's contributions to Snapshot 3.
Yeah, well, Brighton is all him basically for Snapshot 3. So he's the perfect guy to ask.
Hold on a second. Just a second. Let me merge this.
He's in a fight, but for
oh
me,
yes, he is. There you go. I got him up here.
I've got a quick answer before I have to run.
For sure.
For Snapshot 4, like Brighton has done a good job of setting up the pipeline for me to come in and start working and putting some flavor to these actions. So I'm excited. We're just grinding through, see how many we can get in for the next one, and see how much we can improve the player experience. And so that's me.
I'm excited for your flavor, Henry.
Thanks. I got to run, guys. But it was
man.
fun talking to you.
Appreciate it.
Please join next time, and if you guys want to add me on like Twitter or Instagram, I'll follow you back and all that.
Sounds
What's
good.
your Twitter?
It's HDELLVA. HDELVA. Yeah.
HDELLVA.
Yep. All right.
Peace.
Tanner.
Later.
Yeah, I guess I'll pick it up from there. Yeah, so I don't know, like before Midnight Society, I was at a game studio called Final Strike, and we had made one game, which was Rocket Arena, and then not Rocket League, Rocket Arena.
About that actually.
Which was a really fun game, but I learned that hey, arena shooters, they die. They're really hard to keep going. I think Halo's kind of learning that lesson too now. But we had moved on past that. We were working on like a battle royale, like a sci-fi battle royale, for like the PlayStation 5. And I was working on that for like a year. And a lot of the stuff that I was doing there, I'm like, oh, hey, like these are pretty applicable techniques and lessons for Midnight Society. But yeah, mostly I saw like the Snapshot 1 and saw when he first picked up the gun and went, oh.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I can fix this. I should fix this. Should I quit my job and go fix this? And it took a couple of months to get convinced to leave that project and come over here. But no, yeah, it's like I learned like, hey, you can do a lot of stuff where you can make a third-person character feel first-person using control rig and using these awesome features in Unreal. And so it took a little bit of convincing from the engineering department, because they're like, what do you mean you're not going to have a separate set of arms attached to the camera and the weapon parented all to the camera? I was like, no. Listen, parent the camera to a bone on the character, and then I will like superimpose a traditional first-person view. Like if you're looking at my stream, like this is
right
a regular first-person view, right? It's actually still just the same as like the third person. I'm just using cool shader tricks and cool animation layering stuff in Unreal.
Makes total sense.
They, after a little bit of convincing, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, like, and the main reason why like this is so good, like there's a lot of reasons, but one of the main reasons is
see that
you want to interact with the world a lot, right? yeah, like the ladder's a really great example. You want to interact with the world a lot. You want to climb that ladder. How the fuck are you gonna synchronize those arms with the ladder if it's attached to a camera? And like Call of Duty, they basically switch between third person, first person stuff to do this. But that's a lot of state tracking. That's a lot of bullshit. You have to double up all your animations all the time. It sucks. And if you can do it just with one, you have half the animations to make, half the skeletal meshes to make. Everything is just way easier if you can solve it. And I knew how to solve it, so I applied it. The lower half of the character right now, that's all Lyra animations from Epic. And then every weapon has a set of poses. So there's like the hipfire pose, the ADS pose, the crouch pose, and the sprint pose. So it's just 4 single frame animations per weapon, and then you just layer additives on top. So like this motion right here, when I like move my camera around and it wobbles, not an animation. That's a control rig that's just applying some springs to it, And yeah, just a lot of like really, really simple techniques like that. Oh, get over here.
Get up.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Look at him. So much recoil. Jesus. Recoil.
Yeah, I'm just designing a next generation first person shooter and just owning my community. Oh my god.
Slayed him.
Something we gotta fix is like the ladder climbing at the moment feels kind of janky.
Yeah.
When
I was
things
having
like that,
trouble,
it's
honestly, I think at an exterior location like this. Either this one or some other one near a ladder. Like the ladder option would only appear when I jumped, but it
Yeah.
still wouldn't
No,
even
it's
put
that
me
one.
on the ladder. So I don't know if that was
It's
user
absolutely
error
that
or
one.
what the fuck.
No, it's that one. That one sucks. And I actually think Call of Duty got the ladder controls right in Modern Warfare 2. Like, just forward is up, like W is up, S is back or down, regardless of your aiming. So we're gonna try to get that updated to feel like that, because right now it's kind of like based off of if you're looking up, W is up, and if you're looking down, W is down. It's like that's weird. So try to focus on some of this ease of input stuff. But yeah, I mean it's been awesome, and just Henry is just what 3 weeks in, he's done a nice pass in the zipline animations, because this is literally like I took one pose and then I started wobbling the legs because I couldn't just have it be one single static pose. But that's kind of like the way you go, right? You get some new state in, you get some new thing in, and you start simple, like a single pose, and then you start to layer in motions later. Because most of it's just you need to know that the state is happening, right? Like the slide is literally one frame of animation, but it kind of works because like you're in that state, right? Boom,
Right.
that's the slide, and that counts for a whole lot. And there's definitely a crouch bug. I think the server just crashed because I can't uncrouch. Why can't I uncrouch?
Yeah, that's what was happening to Doc on his stream earlier today. He was hitting some kind of weird bug where he couldn't uncrouch and it would just crash on him. But either way, man, I think, everything you guys have been putting together is kick ass.
Yeah, it's
Slid down the ramp and hit the wall. Maybe that was it.
You did clip through a box, so who knows what that caused. Who knows what chaos. There it is.
Well, that's decent timing. I gotta go pick up my kids from daycare.
Sounds good, man.
All right, man. Well, thanks for
Cool.
hopping on, guys.
Yeah, take care.
Chat.
Peace.
It's your Twitter.
Oh, I don't do social media.
I get
I'm
that.
all in on just living in Unreal. That's
you
where
go.
to find me.
Man.
There you go.
All right. Back later.
Great work.
See you later.
Peace. Before, how you feeling about the snapshots so far, man?
It's decent, man. Coming together little by little, bit by bit.
Now, are you looking at the OpenSea activity at all? Like, I don't look at it all the
I
time.
haven't today.
Like, I don't even look at it every week. but like I saw a sale for 300, 500. It seems to be hovering around 100, 200. That's kind of crazy,
Today?
man. The past couple days, yeah.
Let's have a look right now.
It's just kind of wild, man.
The floor is,
you know,
the floor is up right now.
you put it on. So you've been here from the beginning. So you paid $50. I paid $50.
I didn't pay.
Oh, because no, you got the airdrop because you played the ARG. There you go. There you go.
79.
See, I was not cool enough to hang around for that ARG because it just wasn't ringing my bell, man.
Floor is 0.17 right now. It's up 0.2. It's up 0.02 in the last like 20. I checked it yesterday because I was interested to see what kind of activity was happening, and since yesterday, it went from 60. It was 67 ETH total volume. It's at 69 ETH right now. So in the last like
2 ETH
and a half, it's gone up almost $3 grand of worth of sales.
And what are the recent sales you got over there?
I'm not really looking. I could filter it.
And then they've fucked up the way the activity looks. They don't show the graph. They have some analytics thing. It's kind of annoying.
Look at sales. 34 minutes, 1 hour, 3 hour, 3 hour, 3 hour, 5 hour, 7 hour, 7 hour, 9 hour, 2 days.
What are they, about 100, 200?
0.16, 0.155, 0.149.
Oh, I don't know the ETH numbers. I'm looking at USD.
So one went at 0.19. That is
Here, let me see. I'll pull it up here.
It depends on what ETH is worth at the moment. ETH's usually around 1,500 per ETH. So.
Well, it just started pumping the past couple weeks ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see activity.
Like 0.16. It doesn't show. It shows
200, 206, 190, 250, 300, 190, 150, 160, 300, and 279 just in the past 2 days. Whew. I mean, again, I'm not a flipper, man, but like this is crazy to see this just taking off.
It's only the third snapshot too. Like wait till people really want to get in. You know, like there was a guy in the YouTube chat today in the Midnight Society stream. Like, oh, how do I get in? You know, blah blah blah. And I typed to him like, this is the only way you can do it right now is by going to OpenSea and grabbing it. He's like, I'm on my way to go get one right now. And maybe that was one of these guys that bought within the last 3 hours. You know.
Right.
So he said, fuck it. He hopped on. He wanted to play. Now he's in. When it gets to the point where like, you know, it's gearing up towards alpha, like you give it another, you know, 9 to 12 months, you know, which is, it's 12 months. That's 6 weeks per snapshot. 2 snapshots is 3 months. So give it, what, 8 more snapshots. It's gonna get to the point where, you know, only the strong survive, to say it in a weird way, but there's going to be people out there that are going to be fucking...
Give me 1 second, man.
Oh.
Sorry for that, man.
Oh, good. There's going to be a point where people are going to be willing to put down $400 or $500, $600, $700 to get into this shit. It's at a certain
I
point,
don't deny that. I mean, especially as they continue to roll out, more projects for sure, and this goes free to play, but people understand the value of just the pass.
Buck doesn't stop here,
No.
Mark my words, there's going to be other projects as well.
Oh yeah.
Guarantee you, in like the next 4 to 6 months, you're going to see another Founders drop, like another NFT collection that's going to come out.
For Midnight Society?
100%, man.
Well, maybe another NFT so that people can at least play the snapshot. But I mean, seem to have been pretty clear that the Founders Pass is just those are the only ones to be.
We are gonna be. We're still like the Founders are still like an exclusive bunch. The thing is once you put a new project out, you charge $50 a head. Everybody gets down on that $50 a head. And those people are gonna be where this original collection was in the start. This collection being exclusive compared to the next collection is gonna drive the price up of the Founders. Eventually. It's just gonna, everything else that comes out after this is just gonna make the Founders collection that much more, and it's gonna put it that much more in the limelight.
Right.
But as the thing is, like, as more and more projects come out too, like not NFT, like new projects that Midnight Society is working on, there's going to be more NFT projects that come along with those as well. Just the way the system is, man. It's business at the end of the day.
Definitely.
Like they've already pulled in almost 70K just off of people buy, sell, and trading on OpenSea.
Yeah. Well, and one thing you learn is like royalties aren't really, I mean, they're great, they're nice to have, but they're not really going to sustain anything. 70K is great, but I mean that's what one employee's salary, maybe an animator. So
I doubt it.
Right. So
still, like, when did these drop? They dropped in July.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken.
Late June or whatever.
So,
July.
Well, that's when they were created, but we didn't get our hands on them until like July, right?
Right.
Like they were already on OpenSea, and you couldn't like do anything with them, but the back end shit was still being worked out. Like, remember there was issues of everybody getting their passes or whatnot.
Right.
So if you go from that, July, August, September, October, November, 5 months, it's like 10 over 10 grand a month. No, it's not sustainable. It's not a sustaining source of.
Have they even said what they're gonna do with that type of shit?
What? Overhead?
Just no. I mean, just the use of like the royalties and stuff, and use of the secondary sale fees.
Just pumps back into the company, man. So it's so the top dogs don't have to pay. Like, if you're, just say you are the top fucking dog. You're the CEO of Midnight Society. Only one of you. He's the guy that signs everybody's paycheck. Do you think he wants to sign $250,000 worth of paychecks, or does he want to spend $190,000 on paychecks? I'm saying. At the end of the day, that just goes back into the company. It's residuals. Why wouldn't they? Where else are they going to go? And in a sense,
I'm not sure.
The thing is like, Rat Boy and Quinn, I think Rob, the ones who really like touched base on what the Visor Cortex NFT PFPs were going to look like, and then they figured out, there's a basic structure. Everybody's silhouette at its core is the same, and then they just add on all these other variables. So when they said we're going to procedurally generate these, they took 100 different things, threw it through a fucking algorithm, and out pop 10,000 items.
Right.
I'm sure it took a bit of time to do that kind of thing. That bit of time to do that kind of thing generated $450,000. The amount of time they put into that, it's a lot of fucking money, you know? And then there's the residuals that are coming through every fucking sale that's made on OpenSea. You know, it's helping. I guarantee that. It takes away from...
Definitely. It's just generally, you know, there's just going to be some plan for what exactly those are going to be used for. So that was just kind of curious. Maybe it's something I'll get around to asking them at some point, because it's not just kind of like, oh yeah, it goes back in the pot. It's like, okay, because again, you're not going to build a company like this and then go into the royalties being like, yeah, those are totally going to be there just in case everything just kind of goes to shit. It's usually a very deliberate, intentional setup. So.
No, like, you know, let's just say you're the guy who started all this shit. You're the guy who, you know, built the team to get the NFTs off the ground. You know, you're the guys who know the Web3 developers. You're the guy who knows, you know, you're the guy who put everything together. Like, Doc's a personality, you know?
Right.
Hero 2 is a personality. Quinn's been in the business a long fucking time. And then you get Summit. Well, Sumit Gupta is the all end all, is the fucking guy who signs your paycheck. And when that guy said, and he's the only one with that badge that says fucking CEO. I mean, like, when it gets to this, when it gets to a weird point, like I could bring a weird point up right now, is that this project could be completely fucking dropped, and there's still going to be money floating around. It's not like it's insurance.
No, I'm not really talking about like whether the project's gonna make it or not. It's just again, generally.
Why would you spend 10 million to make a game? You could only spend 7.5.
Wait a minute, what?
That's the way I see it. I'm saying?
No, say it again.
Said why spend 10 million to make a game? You could only spend 7.5 million.
Yeah.
The NFT is like, it's a start towards a direction that is interesting. Whether or not they get all of those systems in place to make that kind of thing work, where UGC could be a bigger part of the game and the customization options that people have, whether they make the stuff and you buy it with real money. It's just like, if I wanted to buy one of these PFPs, I could go into OpenSea and I could buy it with a credit card. When I buy that with a credit card from OpenSea, what it does is it transfers the money from the credit card to Ethereum, stashes it in OpenSea that way in worth, so that there's no, so that it's still crypto based. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely.
In
because
the day
it's
they want
OpenSea.
so it's the same thing. Like if Midnight Society made, 100 different skins for, various things, for your player and guns and equipment, and I went and said, oh fuck, I want this one. Whether you're using real money in game, whether you're using a card to buy that shit, or whether you're buying it with cryptocurrency. At one point, you own that item, just like you did in CS:GO, or just like you did in Rust, or just like you did in Warframe,
Right.
or whatever else. And there's secondary markets for it. In this particular instance, you could turn around and say, Frog, I know you fucking love this thing that I grabbed off this fucking guy. I'll hook you up so I could sell it to you. Instead of being like Call of Duty and I have, $600 worth of shit that I don't truly own. It's actually Activision that owns it all.
For sure.
That's the idea behind everything, and that's why the NFTs in the first place, the PFPs, the Founders Passes, worked.
Yeah.
Because there's hope and promise for a better tomorrow, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, they're just dipping their toes into this into this emerging trend and technology. So it's definitely good stuff.
It's definitely interesting, that's for sure.
Well, cool, man. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I'm going to jump around, see what else is going on.
I'm doing the same, so. All right, man.
Sounds good, man. We'll see you around. Peace.
Jeez.
All right, you wackadoos, what's going on? We got a couple more folks to talk to. Maybe I might talk to one or two more. But that's pretty much it for today. Just been talking to other gamers in the Deadrop world. Did I even add up my my new thumbnail? Did you see my thumbnail? Are you looking at my thumbnail? You're probably not looking at my thumbnail. I know I'm not looking at my thumbnail, and I'm going to see if I upload it here now. Let's see, content, latest posts, live streams. No, there's not a thumbnail. Let's go ahead and scroll. Output, render, OBS, render, output, OBS, clips, frog, graphics, output. Oh, here it is. Right here is the thumbnail. If you haven't seen the thumbnail at this point, you've been missing out. But it's up now. That's what's happening. But this is the future of gaming, y'all. Having these kick-ass conversations with the community, talking about what is it that we actually want from these games. What is it? Let's go find out.
Yeah, that's
I wished.
common. Girls have like a huge growth spurt sometimes when they're like 10 to 12 years old. And then boys, it's like often later, like 16 or 17 years old even.
Yeah.
What?
I think I'm actually.
I just jumped in. What are we talking about? How's it
Talk
going,
about our
y'all?
kids, man. We're talking about
Growth
our kids, buddy.
spurts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want my daughter to stay short like a hobbit forever. I'll be fine.
Oh, there you go. Is this Praz here, Draco?
No.
Raz went. He went to go eat.
Yeah, he
He got a whole
ordered
pizza, man.
pizza or something.
Yeah,
I'm on the way to get pizza myself, I think.
Draco is also big hefe in the game design life.
What?
Well,
what do you do, Draco? By the way, guys, I'm streaming, so, don't say anything too incriminating about your growth spurts, because...
Use code OneFrog9 for 15% off Cozy's OnlyFans.
Yo, Cozy's got the hookup, bro. He's helping me not get paid, apparently. Apparently Cozy hates me. I don't know why. I don't know what I did to him. But Draco, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm excellent, thanks. Yeah, you were asking what do I do? I'm the director of gameplay engineering. So, yeah, we've got several gameplay engineers on the team, and plus me, and yeah, we're building, the gameplay. That's what we're doing. So yeah.
Nice. What was kind of the most challenging kind of part of this last snapshot leg onto 3 here?
Most challenging. I feel like probably 2 of the bigger challenges was it's kind of a major upgrade to the guns. It doesn't really probably feel like that big of a deal, like adding the optics and the limitations on ammo, but it was kind of like we had to essentially refactor the whole system to allow any attachments at all. So but we did it in a way that now it's going to be easy for us to add a lot more attachments, and so we can have a...
Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Did you do some sort of launch?
Yes, I did. That was awesome.
That looked a little wacko, but yeah, that was cool. Yeah, so kind of a full generalization and refactor of the weapon system to it may seem like it's kind of trivial to go from unlimited ammo to limited ammo, but yeah, that whole system required a lot of rework in order to make guns. In a lot of ways, we think it's a lot more interesting, right? With to have to manage your, the ammo that you've got in your gun, and find ammo in the loot boxes and whatnot. So there was that, and then on the other side, the whole movement stuff. You might have heard Ramon talking about it in the live stream today. Ramon was really the main engineer on that, and that was a huge challenge. But people seem to be loving it. The whole essentially adding all these new movement mechanics. So those are the two biggest ones, and two biggest chunks of work. And so luckily, all of our gameplay engineers are really good. And so so the challenges are kind of just to get as much stuff in as we can, as opposed to fighting with bad bugs or something like that. For the most part.
And so for you, is it just kind of like, okay, you're waking up, getting your coffee, and then just kind of pouring through lines of code and running kind of test versions of the game and stuff like that, or is it just a lot of back and forth emails and conversations?
So first of all, we don't use email really, to be honest.
Okay.
We do almost all of our kind of textual conversations over Slack, and and voice chat we do over Discord. So yeah, pretty much no communication over email, but and it is a lot of coordination with so I love to, I've spent a long time being a so-called individual contributor, writing lots of just writing code all day. But these days, more of it is coordination, because the the engineers have to deal with a lot of times we deal with the artists, because there's animations coming online, essentially coordinating with the animation team, and then also coordinating with the audio team, and sometimes also VFX. And so not to mention the coordination within the gameplay engineers, because the weapons I was talking about, the weapon upgrades. Oh, and also our UI system. So adding, for example, the just weapon, like the limited ammo, it required changes to the gun system, but then also the UI. We need new inventory items, but then also there was also coordinating, all the reload animations. And oh yeah, Ryan also mentioned the full change to what do we call it true first person. That's I guess the sort of industry lingo for that, where you're using it's pretty much every single animation that you used to see in the gun on the first person gun was all thrown out and redone in so-called true first person mode, where you can see the full body. So for me, it's honestly a lot of coordination, and not to mention, and I should mention, is also the production team, which is mainly Allison. So she's also helping me coordinate with all these people. So it's a lot of, to be honest, a lot of coordinating with people. Yes, and I drink a lot of coffee.
Okay.
So you were right on target on that. Waking up in the morning and starting to drink coffee. But yeah, I love it when I get to write code. I did do some coding. I want to maybe mention, because I still do love it when I get a time to do code. I did some code on the so-called aim assist. I don't know if anyone's been talking about that at all.
I haven't heard anything about it yet.
When you are playing with controller, we added the first pass at an aim assist system, so that I don't know how many people are playing with controller, but we've gotten a lot of requests. People want to play with controller,
right?
And then as soon as we
Well, on
added it
console as
in,
well, people are very excited.
yeah, once we get to the full console version, but for now we just plug a a gamepad into our PCs and we
Right.
test that way. So we can do the essential testing for the controllers, button mapping and all that. But yeah, as soon as we had basic controller support in, people were like, "Oh, this is pretty much unplayable when we're fighting." Because to be honest, aiming with a mouse and keyboard is really a lot more accurate than with an analog stick.
Right.
And so you really have to sort of make it as balanced as you can. You do have to add some aim assist for the controller. So we have a first pass in there, and I'd actually be really excited to hear more, people's feedback on that. I think we might have had added questions on that in the. We have like a questionnaire. Did we send out the questionnaire to people yet?
It's probably up there on the website, hopefully at this point.
Yeah.
I know it always takes me a little while to kind of get to where I'm going to give that input.
Yeah.
How does it
Best
feel
play for a
just
few
being
days.
a part of a project that's, being so open about the process? I mean, I think a lot of folks I've been talking to so far on the team are just kind of like, it's just the experience. I mean, I'm not sure what you worked on before, but for me as an outsider looking at game development with no real experience, I mean, I've been messing with Python a little bit lately. The tutorial started going into machine learning, and I'm like, I just want to learn how to make apps. Like, machine learning is a little much, but my again, I don't have a lot of experience with development, but outside looking in, you mostly just see, okay, a company locks a whole bunch of people in a room for 18 months, 24 months, or whatever, and then just come out with something that they hope works.
Yeah.
And now this whole process is kind of putting that whole process on its head. And I've mentioned this a little bit already, just with microtransactions. It's not really something I'm into. I'm not going to buy skins for things, but I think this game has the potential to step into a new paradigm where maybe with user-generated stuff, there's going to be microtransactions where people that made it, maybe get some part of the sale of that. So that's something that interests me. But I know all that's kind of far away, but seeing all that on the horizon, I mean, it's got to be pretty exciting.
Yeah. So yeah, you brought up a lot of different things there. I'll try to not talk too much about each one. But one thing I wanted to, you raised about like 4 different issues. The first one I want to respond to is how is this different? So I've been working in the games industry 20 years roughly, and the biggest game that I've worked on previously was Call of Duty. I worked on Advanced Warfare at
Okay.
Sledgehammer. So that's actually where I met Guy, Dr. Disrespect.
Okay.
We worked together there. And my viewpoint is that our development on a day-to-day basis is not really different. So
Right.
I'm maybe, I don't know whether other people would say that at all. I mean, we're definitely putting the development process on its ear in a good way, because the real difference we at Sledgehammer we basically did 6-week kind of sprints, and we would work on some gameplay features and some level designs and all that stuff for 6 weeks. But at the end of 6 weeks, it was like what we had done was essentially presented to high-level executives. So the heads of the studio would take it and show it to Activision execs and be like, excuse me, they'd be like, here's what we've done for the last 6 weeks. And, they'd be in some, kind of executive boardroom, show them the progress, and the execs would be like, yeah, this looks awesome. And, and then we'd be like, all right, on to the next, 6-week development. And so
Right.
that kind of day-to-day, that sort of 6-week cycle was actually pretty normal feels very normal for me.
Right.
And also I worked at LucasArts for a while. I worked on a couple of famously unshipped projects. You know, 1313 you may have heard of. So I
No.
worked on that. Anyway, it was a big Star Wars project at LucasArts. Anyway, it never
Well, what was
shipped.
it supposed to be? You know, again, never heard of it. Like a kind of like
When
a Souls thing or another KOTOR or what?
When I was working on it, it was really kind of a Gears of War cover shooter,
Oh, wow.
but with kind of you know, there was definitely talk about kind of a Boba Fett kind of jetpack type thing as well. Yeah, and there was a lot of talking about what it might be, and from my point of view, the that whole process, the reason it didn't work, the other one I worked on when I was there was an Indiana Jones game that also never shipped. But in both cases, we were similarly doing like a 6 to 8 week kind of you know, cycle where we would work
Right.
on stuff for 6 to 8 weeks, and then it would go into like, you know, usually they would say, "Oh, we're going to present it to George Lucas and see, you know, see what you know, see what the response is." And pretty much there, it was kind of weird. These are really kind of life experiences. But at LucasArts, that stuff would get shown to George Lucas, and he would kind of say, the result coming out of it was usually that he didn't really like it, or you know, the decision was, you know, back to the drawing board. And so we just, you know, didn't really make much progress, even though we were building stuff at, in my view, kind of the same rate as what we're doing here.
Right.
But I guess he was maybe viewing it through a film kind of lens,
Interesting.
you know, figuratively. And so he
Well,
was
the difference
maybe
is that it's all of your work isn't getting funneled through one individual or one team. It's going back to the community.
yes,
You know,
thank
where
you for
it's
getting me.
less likely to be like, okay, everything you've been doing, scrap that and start over, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for getting me back on track.
no, you're
So
good.
I've had those experiences in the past where at LucasArts, you know, it was going through that executive review process every 6
Right.
weeks, and we weren't making good progress because of that. And then at Activision, I felt like it was better because it would go through the executive review process, and generally they came back and said, "Yes, you're on track. Keep going."
Right.
But still, I think what we're doing here is even better still because we're handing it out to, you know, our user community and getting feedback from them, and we can really, I think it's so much better. It doesn't
Well,
feel as
and
that I guess I wanted to say that the day-to-day stuff isn't any different really, but then the the reviews we're getting are so much better because we actually feel like we're connected to real players as opposed to a kind of an executive team.
well, and I was
So
going to reiterate on that is the, you know, probably long term, yeah, there's not going to be much difference in the process, right? Because y'all are making a game. And you know, there's a certain format that needs to follow in order to be done successfully. So
exactly,
yeah,
and
the
art
day to day
assets
there
and
isn't going to change, but like you're saying, the feedback, the direct connection back to a
to actual
real,
players.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the long term value of being a part of a process like that is I mean, it's just exciting to be a part of on my end. And I can't imagine just being in like you're saying, Activision or LucasArts, where you know it's a process that's been tried, and as you know, no doubt there's been some success with it, but now we're on to another chapter. So, yeah.
Yeah, I totally feel that. Yeah, it's like gold getting, um, you know, getting actual player feedback this early in the process when we're just kind of experimenting with new gameplay mechanics and stuff, and getting real user feedback, and not being afraid. I feel like people, no one would have admitted it back then, I guess, but I think they were afraid to put things in front of players because
Right.
they're worried to get the kind of George Lucas reactions, like, "Oh, this doesn't look finished at all." It's like,
Right.
why are you showing me this, this unfinished crap?
It's like, look at the logic, though. Look at the logic of what I did. I spent hours on the logic. Don't look at the art.
Well,
Yeah.
well, the truth is that even though things don't look that great, people have been able to see through that in here at Midnight Society. Like people are saying, "Oh, the slide feels great," and actually, we really are just dealing with kind of preliminary animations, and you're sliding around in a world that's a very preliminary, kind of gray boxed out world. But people are able to feel it and say, "Yeah, this feels the way we want it to feel," and so they're not looking at it as if it's a finished game. So I think we are getting great feedback, and they don't have to look at my code to to decide
Right.
whether it's good or not. They can feel it, and I think people having a controller in their hand or mouse and keyboard in their hands.
Well, and
allows them
again,
to
it's just been
judge
an
it.
evolution away from where people have more access to these early builds, whether it's what y'all are doing or
Yeah.
just somebody on Steam. Whereas
Yes,
before, right, for
kinda
the most
early
part, if
access.
you're on console, you're not getting anything like that. You're only getting something that's been approved by the industry,
Yeah.
quote quote, to a certain degree.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
the
so we're gonna have
climate's
to
a lot
see
different.
totally. We're gonna have to see how soon we can get approved to be on.
Hey guys, I gotta go. You guys have a good night. I gotta go check on the baby. Bye, guys.
Oh, hey, yeah. Thanks for hanging out. See you.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how quickly we can get, approval from Sony and Microsoft to get on the consoles. Yeah, with this whole process of like doing stuff this early. And I haven't been involved in those discussions with them. That'd be mainly Rob. But
Right.
But yeah, hopefully they'll see the value in it and allow us to start putting stuff on the console earlier rather than later, sooner rather than later.
Right.
The other thing you mentioned was the I don't know. Have we said anything about user-generated content? You mentioned that.
I know, when I brought it up, or if I've heard anything about it, I mean, and again, I understand there's a lot of foundational groundwork that needs to be done. I wouldn't be surprised if we're at least 6 months to a year or more towards even getting towards that. But at this point, it's basically just about the guild, right, and the eyes, the the side of the community that is kind of responsible and managing responsible for managing, I guess, the development and implementation of user stuff. So that's about all I've heard.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we probably have said similar stuff. Yeah, that it's not imminent,
Right.
but we're definitely have our eyes on that. So yeah, I don't want to say too much because we're definitely internally we're very excited about it and are making some early steps towards it. But yeah, there is so much infrastructure that's needed to that for that. I mean, just making a game that doesn't support user-generated content is already
Yeah.
Already a good challenge. And yeah, I've done that. Obviously working on like Call of Duty is that kind of a game, which I haven't really been following the later Call of Duties. Whether they are they
I've struggled
started
to just follow any of them, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if they certainly when the main one I worked on was Advanced Warfare, and then a little bit of WW2 game.
Okay.
But on Advanced Warfare, we didn't support any user-generated content. It was all we we
I don't
did
think any of them
DLCs and
do
stuff.
at this
Yeah,
point.
maybe none of. That's what I was kind of raising is have they started to? Because I know they've added they have added a lot of stuff like with their battle royale mode and stuff. They try to keep up with the times, but yeah, I don't think they've got.
I mean, I'm struggling to think of an example beyond, honestly, Jet Set Radio Future. I don't know if you ever played that. It was kind of a multiplayer game. I don't even know if what I'm about to mention had that multiplayer support, but in that game you sprayed graffiti, like small, medium, and large, and extra large graffitis, and you could make your own graffiti.
Okay.
And I think you could use that only in the single player, but I don't know.
Okay.
Beyond really hardcore PC games where people are able to bring in mods and stuff,
Yeah.
I'm not really coming to mind of with an example that's actually used. Well, Little Big Planet, right? Little Big Planet, or
Are you
I don't
mainly
know.
a console player?
No,
Okay.
mostly PC at this point.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So right. But you're raising the question of what games really have a lot of user-generated content?
I mean, Gary's Mod, but that's kind of like a cheat.
Yeah. There was that huge one, Second Life, which was kind of all about
Right.
user-generated content.
Exactly.
But it wasn't
But
really a game so
it
much as
hasn't.
just
It's just still not. I don't even. It's probably still around, but you don't really hear people
Yeah, it's
promoting.
not
But well, I
not
mean,
big these days.
but people I know were making a lot of money off of either selling property in that, or worlds and stuff. I'm sure. So there is that kind of line between the real world and making stuff and selling it
Yeah.
there for
Oh,
sure.
and actually we mentioned earlier Roblox. So I mean
Yeah,
that's
there you go. There you go.
I think the Roblox folks. I know a few people who work at Roblox, and I think
Okay.
they really want to expand their audience because it's kind of like up to age 12 that they they do fantastic on the kind of 8 to 12 age range, but beyond that, they kind of lose their player base really fast.
I did hear they are trying to work on some kind of adult angle.
Yeah,
Or some more mature angle of Roblox.
That's what they totally want to do that, and so
yeah,
we'll have to see if they're successful at that. That's kind of their big plan for growth.
Interesting.
Which makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a kid.
I mean, their market has grown up, so.
Yeah, that totally happened with my kid, who's now 16. He played a ton of Roblox. He really loved it, and then around the age of 13, he's just started losing interest and started playing other stuff. So, so yeah, they've got. Anyways, we bring them up because they're huge into user-generated content, and I think, there's definitely ones. I haven't really participated too much in this myself, but games that allow you to update skins, like player skins and gun skins and stuff like that. I think I've known some people who were into that. Like, wasn't that possible? Like in that Valve game, what's the popular Counter-Strike? Was it Counter-Strike or maybe not?
Might be.
I'm Googling it. Counter-Strike.
Because it's always Counter-Strike that gets brought up with
Yeah.
their crates and keys. And,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
So
all
skins. There's a lot of things. Yeah, CS:GO stash. Yeah, there's actually tons of gloves, skins. Right. And yeah, people can yeah, it's totally user-generated content.
Huh.
So, and I think exactly like what you said, the person who creates it can gets a cut as well as
Yeah.
Valve does. We know Valve; they know how to make money.
Oh yeah.
in a good way. I'm a fan. I think Valve's awesome.
You're a fan of money.
Well, I mean, I think there's some companies that go too far, in my opinion, but I think Valve, there are people who complain about the cut that they take. Like when you
Right.
put a game out on Valve, they take like 30% or something.
30, yeah.
Which may seem a little high, but and Epic has been undercutting them, saying, yeah, 30% is way too high, and they only take like 12%. So that's cool. But I still feel like
that race to the
Valve,
bottom.
yeah, it becomes commoditized, right? But my general feeling is that Valve is a pretty reasonable company. I think they bring a lot of value to the customers. I think they have a great store, and very easy to use, and find games you're excited about, and yeah, I think they provide a excellent service. So, I think they don't, yeah, they don't try to take too much money. Is my general feeling. So, whereas some companies are just trying to, farm farm their player base for as much money as they can extract, which
Right.
yeah, I'm not interested in that at all. So, and I'm really glad that here at Midnight Society, I'm not just bullshitting here. Yeah, I feel like Midnight Society is not at all, going down that route. They're not trying to just extract money from the players, which I have heard that there's a lot of game studios end up doing that. So, not interested.
Yeah.
So anyway,
well, it seems to be so easy to set up for sure. Especially as cosmetic items have really taken off.
Yeah.
Which is something I never expected. Again, I'm from the Pizza Hut generation, so I don't know. It just is like, when Xbox Live first came out and Mech Assault was out, kind of an example I refer to a lot, but the first DLCs there was mechs and maps, basically, right? Loadouts, different ways to play the game, and just different maps. So I'm spoiled by those developers that put all that hard work into making those things available. But again, I understand the trend, right? To just make something that people want to have on their character. So
yeah, and I think for the younger generation, like, yeah, as I say, one of my kids is 16, so I do some of my market research through him. In a lot of ways, their social group and their socialization stuff is through game experiences and stuff, and so yeah, being able to express themselves with skins and dance moves in Fortnite and all that stuff. It's it totally makes sense to spend some money that way, the same way that
right.
We used to spend money going to the movies or whatever. In some sense, yeah, paying to see a movie, it's like, what did you really get? I don't know, 2 hours of watching a movie and then some time talking to people afterwards, and then you got nothing to show for the money you spent on your movie ticket. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of the same, but yeah, I sort of feel like in some ways, spending money on a skin for your character in game is maybe even a little better, right? You get that, you get to use that for a long time in a game. So, yeah.
Yeah, and again, so for me, as someone that's really, again, not really buying skins, I actually find it really cool when people bring up that argument. It's like, people will look at their spouse or other people in their family that are spending money on things that might maybe it's makeup or maybe it's some other consumable item, right?
Yeah.
But when we in the gaming community might spend either what 10, 15 bucks on a skin or even 60 bucks on a game, it's like how long is the value of that going to last? And generally it's probably going to be, many hours depending on how much fun you're having with it. So for sure, yeah.
It can be a lot of hours of enjoyment and also, a lot of personal connections that you're building, personal relationships.
Well, and again, just touching again on user generated things in a company like Midnight Society, that it's very highly likely that is going to be an aspect of it. So we're going to be able to just deepen that connection where your kids, right? They're not just going to be spending money for an NFL skin, but maybe their buddy is really good at making art, or maybe they're really good at making art and they're getting some benefit back, for contributing back to the community and
totally right.
That's exciting. That's exciting to really see how this is gonna come out. I mean, I don't honestly myself have any particular ideas for a skin or a visor or a gun, but I'm kind of the artist where like just give me the tools and I'll go from there. I'll figure it out from there. So, that's kind of where my head's at with it, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, on your latter point there, I've actually known quite a few colleagues who went through the experience of playing games as a kid and having parents or teachers or whoever basically say, "Why are you wasting your time doing that stuff?" And then and then it became a career, right? And so I feel like I believe very strongly in that. I'm obviously a parent, and I try not to jump, basically do the same thing that that I see other older generation people do, where they're looking at. I think almost every generation kind of looks at what the younger generation is doing and says, "Wow, it's so meaningless," right? It's like why aren't they watching the TV shows that I'm watching? Or when I was a kid,
or even
TV,
it just, for example, like my grandfather, right? He just recently over the summer or his birthday, he got a tablet. He doesn't mess with computers. He doesn't mess with phones and stuff. He mostly spends his time dealing with lawnmower engines, small engines, so he knows how a carburetor works, but it's just like looking at that tablet and then connecting that he can just hit the Hulu icon and pull up the news on the live Hulu side of things. Like it's always like when I'm around him, I'm kind of too tired to teach him, but it's like, and he's probably too tired to learn. So I'm waiting for that perfect moment where we can be like, look, just turn it on and hit that button, like it is fascinating when you're on the different sides of that spectrum.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, that carburetor example is a great one because I recently bought a new lawnmower and I bought an electric one, and it's like, wow, this is so much better. I mean, now that we have lithium batteries, the batteries are great, and it's like I think that was a huge reason why we didn't have electric lawnmowers previously, is because the battery technology wasn't there. But now it's like, damn, I can mow my whole lawn like twice on a single charge of the battery, and it's like easier to start it. It's like maintenance free. I don't have to buy gas or oil.
Right.
It's like, wow, these electric mowers are so much better. And so learning about carburetors, it's just so many technologies. Another one I often think about, it's a silly one, is paper maps, right? It's like so important to be able to read a paper map, 30 years ago.
Well, you know what?
But
Like we were watching.
Nobody needs to know that.
Close Encounters with the Third Kind is on YouTube for free to watch with ads or whatever, and like we were watching that. I've seen it before, right? But you watch it again, and like there's a big part of the beginning where he's messing with like 3 or 4 maps, And so yeah, man, technology is just
Technology
is
keeps
just
changing. Yeah. And so when I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to be that old grandfather guy. I mean, not yeah, I'm sure your grandfather's a lovely person, and my grandparents were great too. But I don't want to be the grouchy guy who looks at the kids and says, "Oh yeah, they're just wasting their time," because yeah, it's really hard to predict how things are going to change over the coming 20 coming decades.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's exciting times. That's what
Well, cool, man. Yeah, I appreciate your time. This is always exciting when a new snapshot rolls out, and we get the chance to round table it up with the devs.
I have a question real quick before you head out. And like, just an honest question as a founder, right? And this might sound kind of stupid, but
do it.
I just had the curiosity since the start. Just never had someone to talk to about it. So with the whole game, I get that we have access throughout these snapshots. We have to submit the feedback. You know, that's awesome. It's event, awesome, all across the board. Now, once the game finally releases, right? As founders, do we automatically have access to that full game, or do we also have to pay like the rest of the crowd? And
No. It's gonna be free to play.
Okay,
Yeah.
got you.
Yeah, the current plan is it'll be free to play, and but you guys, and actually I don't know what's been said about this, but there's definitely plans to have certain kinds of in-game. It's either skins or badges or something.
Yeah,
So
like
you guys are
DLC.
always
Yeah.
always recognized as original founders.
Got it. Yeah. I so like that's the reason I asked this because like with the current state, like I guess like in my opinion, Fortnite completely changed the industry when they like released those battle royale free to play. And
Yeah.
like now there are games that I've seen so many games come out that are free to play, but like when I play them, like it's like what the hell? Like how is this game free to play? Like this game is actually really good, right? So I wasn't sure if like, you know, I have high hopes for the success of this game as the final product, like given what we already been able to play now. So I could imagine once it's fully done, like how good it's gonna be. So I just was just curious. I was like, wait a second. So like we're founders. Like if this game does cost money, are we gonna have to pay or that? But yeah, thanks for answering the question. I was just curious. I didn't even know. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. That's the current plan, and I haven't heard anything indicate that. Yeah, I don't think anyone's thinking about changing the plan. So long term, free to play. But of course, we do have to figure out ways to, keep paying ourselves.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think the ideas of having user-generated content and obviously the Fortnite folks, they've got lots of cool ideas on battle passes and all that stuff for
Yeah,
making,
exactly. Because
making money.
there was a game called Rogue Company. I'm sure you guys heard of it. And at first, I believe it wasn't free to play. Like it was like $20 or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And then like after a period of time, they became free to play. So, I guess like, you're not trying to like profit. I mean, $20 compared to like a traditional $60 game, you know, yeah, or even like, 20, yeah, I don't know, 10, 20
Well, they're
bucks.
definitely trying to profit
Definitely,
because they
I
got
was about to say.
Definitely
Yeah.
trying to profit because they got to keep the doors open. But again, the through line I think with most of free to play market is that there's some microtransaction component, right? And then usually that comes down to some kind of cosmetic. So
Yeah,
I
got
think
it.
what that means is that down the road, again, I'm a founder just like you, so I don't know, but I'm speculating that Midnight Society is going to have to start either putting out more NFT type passes where maybe they're not founders, but people that hold NFT can still play the game or something. But again, once it gets to that free level, then we're looking at cosmetics, I guess, and again, the user generated aspect of it, which at this point, all of that is still quite a ways away, 6 months to a year or more. So,
Yeah.
They still have to figure out a way to make money.
Got you. Do you think maybe something that could be specifically for like pro gamers or um and that were like esport gamers, they're like, hey, you know what? We're opening up, I don't know, 50 to 100 uh like access passes, like you guys could also be part, obviously not as like us like founders, but like you said that they still can play the game. Um, Something like that,
Yeah, I
perhaps.
have heard some rumors, but nothing confirmed that. Yeah, potentially there will be more ways to get access to it without having to be a founder. So who knows what form that's going to take. But really, it's like you got to think about any other business, right? How are they going to make money? What is the product? How are they going to sell? And really, I don't think, like, if they're especially if they're going to be free, like, they're not really looking to make a whole lot of money selling access to the game. So at the end of the day, it's just going to be making money off of selling this peripheral stuff, right? The skins, the cosmetics, making money off of like, okay, if you have some esports people that are already founders, maybe they make some skins, right? Like Spartan, for example, or who is some other esports folks that are in the community already. I don't know about Spartan, for example, but if he did, for example, was into it and had some stuff, right? Then, but the thing that I'm learning is like in the NFT space is like you're not really going to make a lot of money off of royalties, right? I think I was talking in another room. Somebody was saying that that Midnight Society's made about 70 grand off of just the secondary sales. That's a lot of money, but in a company, it's maybe that's going to cover an animator's salary or something, like, I don't know how much you guys are getting paid, but so it's like, you're thinking about what are some creative ways some of that money is going to be used and what are some ways that it's even going to be generated. So, I'm not really sure how far user generated content could take y'all, but I think it's exciting for sure.
There's also like the aspect of like with obviously if you're buying skins for a game, there's not prior to Deadrop, like if you're buying like a skin for a game, you're purchasing that skin and that's it. Like that skin is tied to your account. But with like the blockchain technology being implemented, there's a level of tangible value that's still associated, at least perceived value to a certain degree. That's like associated with whatever it is that you're purchasing. So maybe you decide you want to go ahead and get rid of something that you don't really like as much. You're capable of doing that, and so it creates like a living, breathing, like actual like economy with the game that you wouldn't otherwise have with like in the same way that you do with in the same way that like Apex or Fortnite does it. Like there's a lot more. There's more value attached to the things that you're choosing to purchase for the game that is generating money for the company because of the nature of how they've chosen to do this with NFTs.
Well, and I do think it is important like you're saying, the approach, right? Where I've heard some people or at least seen some chatter on the Discord where people are like, well, when are we going to have items that you loot in the game become things that are on chain, and I don't hear that coming from the company that's the direction they want to take. To me, it seems like they're going to leave it to the community really to make that decision for sure. But it feels like, they want to keep it where there's a game where, okay, you're having fun, you're doing the looting, but really anything that is like on chain or kind of using blockchain, to me, it sounds like it's, again, going to go back to cosmetics or user-generated cosmetics, stuff like that. And I like that they're going to take that kind of direction, because I think building a game where it's like play to earn, or where you're playing the game and and looting real world value out of a session. I'm not saying that's impossible. I just think that we have a lot of work to do before we can really step into that kind of game. Because, you know, for example, there's a game that I've been playing. It's called Metalcore. It's like Planet Side. It's MMO, first-person shooter. You're fighting for territory type stuff. They're still in alpha, so they're not even at that open world level. But I played. They have some sessions where you can jump in and play. And the core of it really is coming around. Like, they have all these stuff you can loot: gold, silver, copper, you know, circuit boards, all this stuff, different types of iron, different types of gold. My point here is that the core loop is you have to find this type of iron. If you find 15 types of this iron, you can make a mech or a ship. Like, I played that maybe 10, 20 hours. That gets pretty boring, you know? But some people are thinking like, oh, I'm going to have a part-time job off of this. I'm not saying they won't, maybe in 5 or 10 years, but it's just like, is that fun? You know, like run into the same box. So that's just some of my thoughts around that. Like, we have to find some separation between the in-game value of things and just maybe it's just some cosmetic thing, you know, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm currently like an intern for like a venture capital firm, and we're kind of like scouting startups, and that's one thing that we have to like think about is how, like, if like once they pre-seed, if they give the funding for pre-seed, like how they could increase their startup value to make more money and revenue. But yeah, no, it's very interesting how it is here for like the game aspect. Thanks, I appreciate you answering that question. I think you said you're gonna head out, so I didn't want to like take out your time.
No, man, I'm a founder just like you, but it's probably Draco, who's probably like, these nerds, these damn nerds and their thoughts.
No, I'm enjoying the conversation here. So, yeah, it's great to hear you guys' thoughts. Yeah, for me, yeah, I like everything you guys are saying, and I feel like, yeah, we definitely, well, yeah, I'm not sure I should add anything to what you guys have already said.
Wait, Draco, I actually have a question for you.
Please do. I definitely agree that the grinding aspect is that's not the way we're going at all. So we're definitely for now we're 100% focused on making a fun game and not. And there are definitely games out there where people just grind and grind and grind, and so yeah, we're not interested in that at all. So I think we could take that off the table, but definitely there's a lot of interest in figuring out ways for people to do the user. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't say too much, but we're definitely talking about ways to allow people to create content, you know, user-generated content that would be more, you know, creative people. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we definitely have a kind of a culture in our team about supporting streamers. You know, obviously Guy is that's his main claim to fame is, you know, being Dr. Disrespect and that whole streaming.
Who's this Guy person you speak of?
Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of where we kind of are in our DNA or something like that. And so I think there's ways to make money down that path as well, obviously. But yeah, we're still figuring it out, and I think it's kind of up to Rob and Quinn and those guys to really figure out what's the long-term plan there. And yeah, I think there's a lot of exciting possibilities. So yeah, but yeah, the grinding stuff, I think you're right that some people think of that as kind of a way of, and actually it obviously happens in, like, I've heard that in World of Warcraft there's people who like people in China grinding to to get certain items and then they sell them.
Right.
Well, and I mean, like,
We're
I don't
not
know,
doing
like
that.
I've heard about that type of stuff happening, but like in from what I understand, when that type of stuff is happening, it's not happening for good reasons. Like they're doing those types of things because it's more efficient for them to make money that way than it is for them to actually have a job in like the country that they live in. You know, it's not like they're doing it because, oh, this is like a great way for me to make money. They're doing it because
they don't have
like they
well,
don't really
yeah,
have any other good alternatives.
And
Yeah.
you know, I appreciate you kind of tying that word to it, grind, right? Because I kind of forgot that's what it is. But like, that's what I was telling the metalcore community. Because again, just that example, you can play the game, gather resources to create a mech, right? A bipedal robot that blows things up, or a ship, or different types of mechs. Those mechs themselves are NFTs that can be sold. So I think people get this kind of perception, this rose-colored glasses look that I can just grind iron plates all day and have all these NFTs. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds great in theory, but how does that play out in a market? So again, I don't really consider that like this Deadrop is really going to have that problem.
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
No, I hear you. We got it.
Not sure. Oh, okay.
I hear
Cool.
you, man. We
Thank
got.
you.
Okay, there you go.
What you got?
You
Hello?
Yeah, you interrupted Frog's sentence, and yeah, what did you want to
sorry.
say?
I know him from a different server. Sorry.
Tell me your thoughts. Who is this?
It's Chronic Mayhem.
It's Chronic Mayhem.
Chronic, what's going on, man? You all
Hey.
good? Dude, we're talking Deadrop stuff. What are you doing?
I'm in Deadrop right now.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Just trying to feel it out. It feels a little
Excellent.
smoother than last time. It's still a little It's still kind of clunky.
Well, one of the gameplay engineers
Oh,
is
yeah.
in here right now answering all of
Yeah,
our
oh,
silly
okay.
questions. And we're telling him our silly thoughts.
Oh,
He's being paid to respond.
Okay.
I am.
I would love to hear what aspects you thought were clunky. If you got
Well, it's kind of, I guess, kind of the movement in general, like when I'm turning, or when if you run and then jump, you kind of like, it feels like you just go to like a dead stop and then jump up a little bit. I mean, you do travel a little bit, but when you're at a mad sprint, I feel like it would be a little bit further. But
Are you on controller or
it is a lot
mouse and
better.
keyboard?
I'm on mouse and keyboard.
I just started using controller because he was talking about it, and I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
So.
I think
But-
also to a certain degree, some of that feeling also comes with the animations with where they're at right
Okay.
now. I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Draco. There's still a lot of animating that has to be done in regards to that, and like the way things are animated, like make things feel like they make or break how something kind of like feels to a certain degree, because there's a huge amount of like just visual input that is making that feel that way.
Well, in Chronic, I would say jump into Tarkov.
Sorry.
Jump into Tarkov and then go and
I've never
jump
played
in Tarkov, and you'll feel
Okay.
kind of like this, where you have
Okay.
a body, a very heavy body that jumps and is resisting the forces
Okay.
of gravity.
That's probably it, because I'm thinking, because we play a
You're
lot of
ready to
Halo,
fly.
or we play a lot, or we
He's
play,
ready- he's ready to
like some
take
Call
off.
of Duty. Yeah. So I mean, the sliding though feels really good. I was in one other voice chat, and they said they thought the jump to sliding was hard to do on mouse and keyboard, but I thought it was pretty easy. Like, if you're not used to using control for crouch, if you're used to using C, I guess I could sort of see that, but if you're using normal COD controls, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of good observations here. I feel like what General Kalubi said was
You said it right.
that was a very astute observation, that a lot of times the animations can and also, believe it or not, like sound and stuff can really influence how smooth you think it feels. And I don't know if you guys may have heard, I think we said stuff about this publicly. We actually didn't have an animator on the team until only
Right.
like 2 or 3 weeks ago is when our first animator joined the team. So
Right.
what you're seeing in Snapshot 3 is really just kind of repurposed, you know, assets that we got, you know, sort of externally acquired, all legally, of course. But I mean, we just we bought stuff and just made it work, right? And so yeah, I think the animations are often a lot clunkier than they will be. So now we've got an animator on board, and he's awesome. So I think that's going to make things feel smoother.
And a kind of a good example.
We have a tech.
Go ahead.
Well, you said animators. We have one technical animator and one kind of I don't know what the technical animator is kind of doing procedural stuff, and then our the other sort of more traditional animator, you know, he's doing everything like kind of what do you call that? Keyframe animation, hand animating. Anyway, you were gonna say something.
I was gonna say is kind of like just a way to kind of exemplify a good example of what I was talking about is like when like Apex Legends came out, a lot of people said like, oh, like I feel like I'm moving incredibly sluggishly playing as like Caustic or Gibraltar, when in reality the actual movement speed was the exact same. It was simply because of the way that like the size of the characters and the different like the animations associated with the different character models that people felt that way. But it was tested and like all of the characters run the exact same speed.
Yeah, I agree.
Cool. The other thing
I just noticed something weird.
Oh,
sorry.
I was just going to mention that that we're also consciously trying to make this more of a strategic movement kind of a game, as opposed to like, you know, fly around. Yeah. But anyway, what were you going to say?
No, I'm just in one part of the map right now. If I get really close to one of like the air duct things, I can kind of see right through it. But I don't know if that's just because there's no texture on it yet, and it's just a model, or.
Can you share screen?
Yeah. Hold on. Now that I'm holding a gun, it's not doing it. It was doing it when I was when I was unarmed.
You can holster your gun too.
Okay. Hold on.
Or hold Y.
Yeah, if you're on controller.
Which is intuitive as hell. Daggone it.
Is it?
Okay. All right. What button is it to holster in this?
X. I think X if you're on mouse and keyboard.
Okay.
Yeah, it's X.
Okay.
Which is
let's see if
also
I can make it do
intuitive.
it again. Like that. Hold on.
Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah.
I'm about to die. There you go. Sort of.
They're shooting at you.
Yeah. There. Oh shit! It keeps going away. There we go. Sort of. And anyway, you can kind of see through it if you get really close to it.
Right.
But I don't know if that's just. I mean, that's a really. I just that was a random thing. I was just running and accidentally ran into it and did this.
Right. And it's right when you're in the very corner. Is that right?
Yep. It's like when you go right in the corner. So like so I guess you could hide behind it and still see the other side of the map. So yeah, like this.
That's a good way to cheat.
So you could still, you could hide and kind of see through it.
Do some recon.
Yeah.
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 Well, cool. Crap. I've been streaming for like 4 hours right now. I'm gonna go get some blood sugar. And
this one's like that too.
Good chatting with you.
Chronic, it was good seeing you. Everybody else, it was good seeing you. Freaking Draco, kick ass, man. And we'll see you at Snapshot. What are we on, 4 now? Dang.
No, this was 3, so yeah.
This is 3, but next time the next Dev Roundtable is going to be on 4, so that'd be
hell yeah.
6-7 weeks away, man.
Exactly right. I will see you then.
Kick ass.
Later, man. Appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah. See you, Lima.
Actually, this was a good example. So there's the guy over there.
Holy cow! 4 hours chilling with some daggone variants and the developers. I was really enjoying myself, having fun, and it looks like they've added some stability to the file, and it looks like everything's running great. Wow. I'm feeling pretty metal right now, y'all. I don't know. Can I get to my... Let's do this here. There it is. Yeah. Holy cow. That was so fun, man. I always really enjoy when folks come through on the developers side and they answer all of my goofy questions, because I just love doing that, jumping in there and talking to them. Cool. Well, you saw a little bit of Deadrop. We did look at a little bit of Halo, but you know, just kind of got sucked into freaking Deadrop Day. That's just how it goes. So, as you may have learned, it is a damn good time to be a gamer. So jump on in here. All right? Be on the lookout for Deadrop. It will be free to play as soon as we get it to a state to share it with the rest of the world, which is just going to be such an amazing time. So that's it, y'all. I'm done. I'm over. I'm out. I'm doing other stuff. I'm going to go and see if is this working here? It's chugging a little bit. Yeah. Space Cowboy, man. Thanks for coming through, man. If you didn't know, Space Cowboy's out there on Twitch and YouTube, and that fool helped me get to an after party. I don't know why, but he trusted me. He trusted me enough to vouch for me, and that you can't buy that. All right, Space Cowboy, and anybody else that came through, be on the lookout. I'm going to be streaming a little bit more. I'm looking to play some more Halo. I'm looking to play some Space Engineers. I'm looking to play some more survival games where we can get a crew together and build an empire and tear up the rest of the world. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Yeah, man. Cool. Thanks for coming through. Glad you could enjoy it. As like I mentioned, I really love hanging out with the developers. I have not had much opportunity to hang out with video game developers in my life. So, but yes, let's play some Halo soon. I know tomorrow, I think you're in the server with the SNS people. So tomorrow, usually they do jump on, and we are in a new event, winter update. So let's jump in there. All right. All right, variants, gamers, NFT enthusiasts, Web3 weirdos. Thank you for coming through. Again, I am OneFrog9, and I am an electronic frog. And I'll be back soon. Enjoy. Enjoy. I'm going to go get some pizza.